Hello and welcome to the Portent Kast. My name is Lila. I am your dungeon keeper and host. The Portent Kast is a queer, female, non-binary actual play show where we will be playing TTRPGs of all sorts, and you're tuning into episode 17 of Below the Grove. But without further ado, let's introduce our players.
Hello, I am Ezra and I play Valencia.
Hello, I'm Raven and I play Erebus.
Hello, I'm Star and I play Sakura.
Hello, I'm Helen and I play Kieran.
Howdy, I'm CD and I play Otto.
It's your boy, Kristen, and I play Lorelai.
So pale.
Star, you're on the air.
Today in queer, female, and non-binary actual play shows, we follow at the Portent Kast on many other projects. You can find them on Twitter, YouTube Shorts, and TikTok under at the Portent Kast on many different things. If you want to keep up with everything TPK related, feel free to do that. Now back to Lila.
And let's dig into this week's episode of Below the Grove. The fortunes favored searched for Erebus after he transformed and ran off into the woods to protect his friends. While on the search, they came across a Raytheon soldier that offered aid in finding Erebus. You guys took Saren's aid and began the search in the morning. You traveled through the dark and very dense Whispering Woods, eventually towards the base of the Shadow Mountain where Saren describes the tracks to be leading you. When you got there, the biome began to transform. The dense thicket made its way to a lush oasis filled with flowers and a beautiful waterfall. Although when you approached, Saren was attacked by a large dire wolf of sorts that seemed to be protecting something, and when you began a battle, another wolf, Erebus, was trapped in his werewolf form from the Twin Moons. A battle ensued as you tried to get Erebus back in control of his facilities while Saren continued to attack with precision and purpose. You eventually found yourself blinded by a fog as Saren made her escape and sicked a group of hunters from the Greyvale Guild upon you. You narrowly killed Saren before she escaped up the cliffside and two of the hunters before the others teleported away. You learned that the wolf that had attacked you was Reka, Erebus's younger sister, and that she had been protecting the corpse of Marcella Battenmont from any who dared to come close. You eventually talked her down, though she was still unable to transform back into her humanoid form. You traveled to the nearest tillage where you got some rest, and that's where you pick up. Erebus. As you rest, you have trouble getting many images out of your mind. You are tossing and turning. You are hunting something. It smells good, like fresh meat. As you stalk through the forest, tracking your prey, you hear a twig break to your side. There's a heartbeat, calm. Your head whips towards it, and you feel a silvered bolt pierce your shoulder before you see your prey. Or are you it? You do not know, but you must attack. You must succumb to the beasts that you reside within tonight, for should you not, you will die. Reka will be left all alone to fend for herself against dozens of people trained to kill her, to kill your kind. Without hesitation, you pounce and attack. Your teeth rip into flesh. You can taste the iron filling your mouth as you grit your teeth and pull. You can still hear the tendons and ligaments snapping from his body. You can hear his heart beating faster with each bite. He is struggling for a blade on his belt before your claws rip into his back. You can feel your hand grasp around his heart. You tear it from his body before you look downwards into his eyes as he pleads for mercy. His last words whisper from his lips far quicker than his heartbeat stops in your hand. You couldn't control yourself. You have never felt this small or this empty inside. You know you have killed a man, but this man would have killed you, and once he was done, he would track Reika, and he would kill her too. But you can't think too long on the matter before you hear the coming torchlight, and you know others must be near. You scamper back into the forest, hoping to find a river to clean yourself off before you find your sister, to protect her innocence. You awake in a sweat, the young man's face forever burned on the backside of your eyes to torment you, to remind you of the beast, of the curse that has been put upon your family centuries before the Purians. What do you do?
I think afterwards he wouldn't want to wake anyone up. So he would probably leave the room and probably go outside just because Reika's still in the barn, correct?
Yes, she's in the stables behind the inn.
I think he would instinctually want to go make sure she's okay. So he'll make his way over there.
You go over to the stables and find the stall that has been rented out for Rika. You see her kind of lying within the hay, cuddled up next to the blanket that holds Marcella. She's fast asleep, but you can see her ears kind of perk up as you approach closer before she kind of slowly opens her eyes.
I don't think he would say anything, but he would just sit next to her. And he'd kind of look over and he's just like, how are you doing?
She kind of just huffs and gets up and lays down next to you, putting her head in your lap.
And he would kind of pet her head. I've been trying to recover from the last few days. I thought I had recovered better, but it's hard to sleep.
She kind of just nuzzles into you, trying to be comforting as much as she can.
But I wanted to check on you. I hated that you have to be in here, but it probably is for your safety.
She just shrugs.
We'll get everything sorted soon. And he just sits there. He probably doesn't eat for a while.
Yeah. You sit there in silence, eventually watching as the sunrise comes over the Styrian mountains and shines upon the tillage here. The rest of you eventually wake up. Valencia, you awake with that in your hand from the previous night's dream. What do you guys all do?
Lorelai wakes up and she's... Erebus is definitely still not in the room, I'm guessing. So she's a little concerned, but she just gets her things and she's very eager to go get her letter.
Okay, do you head to the general store?
Sure thing.
Alrighty, you head to the general store. It seems to open kind of right around sunrise, so you arrive kind of there. The store runner there, like, immediately recognizes you. Oh, hello. Are you here for your letter?
Yes, I'm so excited to finally get my letter.
Let me find it. It's somewhere around here. And he goes into the next room where kind of like the ravens are that send out letters. Begins kind of searching through different things. And a few minutes pass, he's like, oh, here it is. And then comes back out and just hands you a letter.
He stares down at it. It has her name on the front. Does she recognize who it's from?
The handwriting is in that of your father's.
Yay! Okay.
And that is over in your journal if you would like to take a look at it.
Yes.
What do the others do while Lorelai gets her letter?
I wake up and realize no one's in the room. I snores himself awake. Oh no, not again. Okay. Gets up, walks out, and just starts looking for people.
You awake and I would imagine the other three are kind of getting breakfast and whatnot. Sitting in the small kind of like tavern area of this inn.
Sit down. I sit down. I get some coffee, if there's coffee. And
Yeah, it's not good coffee though.
yeah. He tries to hide that it's not good coffee, as to be polite. All right. Erebus and Lorelai weren't in the room this morning, so I'm assuming it's not another bagman situation. I think.
Hope not.
Well, I'm gonna eat something first.
I think Otto's probably like towards like the end of finishing food, as probably is more of an early riser. So we'll like, the stables are like, can I like see it from like if I walked outside the inn, could I like see it?
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, I'm just gonna like peek over there to see if like,
Yeah, you,
that's where we last left his sister. So
yeah, you peek over there and Erebus kind of, I would, kind of like leaned up against like the stable wall with Reika kind of like her head in his lap. And you can also see that Duchess is kind of curled up next to them as well.
okay. Yeah, I'll just try to like, not like go over completely, but just try to get like Erebus's attention to be like, you good kind of thing.
Easy enough to get his attention.
Yeah. It's not inspiring confidence in Otto. But at least has like eyes on one of our party members, but it, like doesn't want to encroach because knows that sibling stuff is like sensitive stuff. So then we'll just like pop back into the like tavern area and be like, okay, Erebus is accounted for. He's at the stables. Lorelai had the letter to get, so maybe she's there.
Where would she get the letter? Like, where would she go?
Otto, you would know as you were walking into the town, there is only like two businesses here. It's the inn and then the general store that sells things to like the lumberjacks who live here and the people who work on and tend to the farms. So you could assume maybe there they have like a Raven's Post.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll repeat that. And then there's like a bartender or some worker, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just like be like, excuse me, does mail usually come here or at the other store?
Most times it comes over to the general store, though. We have gotten a few letters, like, occasionally.
Okay. You wouldn't have happened to see, and I described, like, Lorelai, see this person?
Oh, she walked out,
leaving?
like, maybe, 45 minutes ago?
Okay, perfect. Then she's probably just getting her letter. I look at everybody. She's probably just getting her letter. It's over at the general store. If anyone needs
And literally
anything
as you
from
say
there,
that, Lorelai walks back into the inn.
Oh.
You can hear the little bell ding on the door as she does.
Welcome back.
She does not look happy. He's
Is
a little
something
down.
wrong?
I need a moment, but I'll discuss things with you guys soon.
No
Did you
rush.
manage to get your letter, or? Okay.
Yeah, I got my letter. And she kind of goes up to her room for a moment.
Okay, yeah. Go over to your room. Is there anything that Lorelai does well in her room? Or just kind of composing herself?
Composing herself, just kind of looking over the letter a few times to let that reality set in, and just really compose herself before trying to find the words to say what she needs to say.
Okay. Erebus, do you ever come in at all?
I think he will come in. He'll ask Rika? Why am I forgetting her name?
Reika?
Rika, sorry. I'm very sleepy. Rika, if she wants anything to eat. Are you sure? I can probably find you something. Okay, I probably need to get some food, maybe some coffee. So I'll be out soon, just to check back in. And then see when we're going to leave. After Lorelai gets her letter. And so he'll probably go in.
Okay. You go in, you see Lorelai isn't in there with everyone else.
Has Lorelai come back from getting... I see.
She just returned. She said she needed a minute.
Didn't sound like good news.
Mm-mm.
I think it probably isn't. I'll respect that. What did you all get for food? I'm a little hungry.
What kind of food is here?
It was like eggs and potatoes.
Okay. Eggs and potatoes.
I pushed my coffee over the table to him that had like 2 sips taken out of it. And I'm like, it's good.
Should I make an insight check? Just because
Yeah, insight versus
I'm going to
deception.
I love how that implies that Erebus like fully is like, I don't believe you.
Natural 20! I got a natural 20, so 25.
I rolled a 16.
It's probably good coffee.
Master of deception.
Dang,
Why
okay.
coffee?
So I guess he'll take it. And then he'll ask the bartender if he could have the eggs and potatoes.
Coming right up. You sit back down, you take a sip of your coffee, it's very grainy. And not strong at all. Kind of just tastes more like water.
Erebus will kind of like side eye to Cora and keep drinking the coffee.
So Cora just has really crap taste, is what he's getting from this.
I don't want to judge Sakura's tasted coffee right now. I like to imagine.
Slightly judging.
I like to imagine anytime Sakura lies, they think that he's being honest and they think he's just got bad taste in something or he's just stupid and he's fully just lying all the time.
Yeah, Erebus is just like, yeah, good coffee.
Takes another sip and he coughs.
While we're waiting for Lorelai to get back, I do think Otto will because I realized I've only told 2 of the people in the room. So I've sent a letter out to my sister and received one back, and it does seem like Ozan is now the security has been upped a little bit as civil war and unrest has broken out, so we do have a essentially a permission slip, but so we'll have a way in. Just maybe if you're worried about things or thinking about doing more criminal activities, maybe put it on a pause for just a bit.
Why did you look at me when you said that?
I've been looking at most of you, I'm gonna be honest at this point.
If we are being fair, I did fight in an illegal fighting ring right before we left.
You did.
I didn't do anything.
I've never done anything illegal in my life. I don't know why you would assume so.
I don't believe that.
Yeah.
We
that's
know
funny.
that you...
I've never done anything like that. Why is there a wall? What happened there?
Okay.
Valencia leans toward Otto and she's like, or she'll do telepathy because
Okay.
she knows this taboo. She's like, blood magic is illegal, right?
Oh, yes. Also, Sakura has said he's been to jail. I don't know why he's trying to lie directly.
She's just like looking over at Sakura, side-eyeing him, not really saying anything, and just like,
I think this one's just a lost cause. Let's just think that he won this one, and that we know that, he's definitely telling the truth.
definitely. Mm-hmm.
Yes. I think for his ego, we have to.
I'm telling a joke. Why does everyone think this is serious? I know that you've seen me do things. All right, tell me about the Civil War.
Okay, yes. So I think it's just in regards to, there was assassinations and whatnot. So, and new rulership. So that could potentially be the big issue. We did know. Derek had said specifically that he was that in regards to the stuff in Ozan, or was he doing like revolution stuff somewhere else?
Both.
Okay.
He was referring to the fact that the assassinations happened kind of helped spark like ideas of revolution and such because of the way things have been handled within Elderos for so long. Many citizens that aren't very privy to like noble life, you could say, have always been outroared. Have always been kind of like in an uproar about how things are done and the amount of things that are in favor of nobility in comparison to regular folk. You haven't really experienced that much, as the Grotto and even Ellery Hollow has been pretty decent to their citizens within each city-state. But there have been rumors and things spread about different city-states and things like that.
Okay. But the one that we're like discussing is centered in Ozan, like it's not.
Your sister said that there were unrests in different cities.
Oh, okay.
So it could. She didn't specifically say which ones or specifically in Ozan, though you can assume that they are going to put Ozan on a pretty tight lock to help prevent Aurelian and Idris from being assassinated or hurt or something.
Okay. This I for some reason I thought it was just condensed to Ozan, but that makes sense that it's kind of everywhere now. But yeah, I relay as much of that as possible. Kind of again, just repeating. Think that the assassinations kind of sparked it, and there's unrest and stuff there. So if we're going in there, just be careful. Or like, I don't think if you do illegal stuff, I just don't think you're going to be able to like run immediately out of the city. So cool.
You just
We'll keep that in mind.
Okay.
That makes me wonder what's going on back home with everything. That might be something I need to speak to your sister about once we visit.
Could you, I don't know how much communication you have with your family, Erebus, but could you send out like a missive at all to check back in?
I could send a letter, but there's no knowing when they would get back to me, and when we could get the letter back.
You could always use the scroll of sending that you guys have to send a letter to Aurelian, and maybe she could get a missive out a lot sooner before you guys arrive. But that's an option for you guys.
I'll pitch it to Erebus, whether he wants to or not. I'll be like, we can use my sister as a middleman.
If she would be okay with that, I definitely need to get in contact with my mother, if possible. Especially with everything going on.
I think she likes you, Erebus.
That's good to know. I haven't really interacted with her too much, but she seems nice.
Yeah, as far as I know, she thinks you're good, so I think she'd be fine to do that. You're also technically like helping her out, so
yeah. No, she would be willing. That would be very helpful.
I quickly sketch out a little like note that's just like, can you send a message for Erebus to his family and send it through?
You get like an almost immediate response. What do you want it to be about? Question mark, question mark.
Okay. Yeah, I turn to Erebus. Goes, yep, she's willing. So just write up whatever you need to.
Okay. Eris will write something out quickly, and then just be like, "Here you go." It's mostly just asking what's going on back home because I don't have any knowledge, and I have been gone for quite a long time.
Yeah, I take that and then slip of another additional note that just says this, and like exclamation points, and like send this, and slam them both into the little scroll.
You can tell Aurelian audibly just sighs somewhere in the world.
I was like, she's shocked at this behavior?
Not really, but...
Yeah, fair enough.
And Lorelai will make her way down.
Okay. You come back into the small part of the tavern here, and sit with your group.
Yeah, she's still a little quiet, and she's kind of keeping her gaze down.
Did you get a letter at all?
Yeah, my dad and our leader are in the mainland. He's trying to meet us a little bit after the tillage. I'm thinking on the way to Ozan. My dad's not doing so great, and I don't know if I will see him, but there's nothing I can do about it, so.
I'm sorry, Lorelai.
Okay, it's nothing anyone can do.
So we are meeting with them?
Yeah. I don't know exactly. He's gonna meet us a few miles north. I don't know exactly where, but he said look out for good omens.
Yeah, you're good at pointing those out. I'm sure we can find them.
I hope so. I want to see him. I want to see both of them.
Well, when should we leave?
Can I say something that probably isn't what anyone wants to hear right now?
What else is new?
Okay. I don't think we should trust anyone from Lorelai's past.
Excuse me?
You guys remember, Madame Isadora gave us all a reading. She told us specifically that people from Lorelai's past would come with the intent to harm her or manipulate her, and that what she knew was wrong. And now we're walking into the path of people from her past who we were told not to trusting them.
She did specifically say both to aid and destroy you. But that ghosts from her past would resurface.
Dagon would never hurt me or my friends. Neither would my father.
I think it's good to think that way. Think the people that you care about and your family would never hurt people or yourself. But it is always a possibility, and I think if we're going to do it, we should be careful.
She's not happy. She is boiling.
It is. I see why you would feel like that, Sakura. But living like that, especially when she very clearly has a connection to her family and wants to see them, might not be the nicest thing to say when she is very clearly distraught and upset.
I am just saying to be cautious.
And I understand, and we will be cautious, but that is no excuse to come into the interaction.
I prefaced it. I prefaced my whole thing. We all talked about it. It's fine. We can go do it. I prefaced it with the knowledge that this would not be something that anyone wanted to hear.
Okay.
But let's just do it. He takes his plate and he goes and takes it to the bar.
Did I upset him?
I don't think you should worry about it.
Lorelai just like wipes a tear.
So that's all we can do. But I still think that we should head the way that we need to go to see your family. We can tread with caution as much as we want, but I still think it's important, especially if your father is ill.
Yeah, so our village got attacked, and it was these shadow creatures. They already took my mom, and they destroyed our village, and now he's the only one left I have. I need to see him before he dies. I don't.
Did he say what kind of shadow creatures?
Lorelai, you know you guys were doing a ritual when the shadow creatures were released. You don't know specifically what kind of shadow creatures they were, but they were very large and had a lot of power, more power than the ones that had killed Sakura.
That is what I was asking, yes, thank you.
Not these pansy shadows, no.
Are you calling Sakura a pansy?
He deserves
He
it.
was mean. He deserves it. No, I love that for Sakura. But anyway, she's. I was leading a ritual, and it, I guess, released these spirits, and they were so strong. They ripped my mother apart, and they attacked everyone, and my dad got me out of there. My sister took me here, and I just know that they were way stronger than the ones we fought before.
What is with you people in starting rituals?
It was meant to unlock knowledge for my village. But it just
What kind of
went wrong.
knowledge?
The knowledge of where our power comes from, just have more knowledge in what we know.
You were told it was specific ancient and forbidden knowledge.
But it was mostly very ancient and, I guess, in your terms...
Oh.
I saw it!
How dare you?
So sorry. No, I was like messing around and my hand accidentally clicked on the mouse pad, so I joined it on my computer and I was like, wait, no. Okay, I'm good.
Imagine.
The mouse is far away. Okay, we're good.
Where was I before it cut out?
Ancient and you're about to say forbidden.
It was ancient and forbidden knowledge.
Okay, that's probably really good.
It was good thought at the time.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know if you already mentioned it. Do you know when your father would be? You said further north.
I just said a few miles. I just need to look out for my omens, and I'll find him.
Add a character. I'm trying to figure out the timeline within this. So Lorelai sent out the letter a while ago.
2 weeks before you had met her. 2 to 3 weeks before you had met her. Okay. I'll say the general store owner would have told Lorelai that he had gotten the letter 2 weeks after you had sent it. So it's been about a month.
Okay, so very likely that they already made their way to whatever location it is.
Presumably.
Okay. And then sorry, because I was looking at the map. Is this back in the Shadow Mountains that we were just out? Did we come south or did we come?
You guys. So the Shadow Mountain is where the Plague Doctor's mask is.
Yes.
You guys went south from that, but a few miles wouldn't be too far. Or they just said 2 miles, and that whatever good omens would lead Lorelai to them.
But hypothetically, we're going back to
A little,
where we were just at.
At least towards it a little.
I was just trying to figure out because I'm thinking for some reason that we went north to the tillage, but that wouldn't make sense based on that. Okay, cool. Yeah, if Lorelai, if we have to go to where we think your father is, that would be just returning back towards the direction we were, which we know. I don't know if we saw any omens on the way, but we can always, I guess, double back.
It got too dark for you guys to have been able to notice any omens, and also you could assume that they wouldn't maybe have shown if Lorelai didn't already have the letter.
They didn't say anything on our way. It was way too dark, but I hope now that I have this letter, I can see it.
And should we make our way there as soon as possible so then we can talk to your father, get confirmation of that, and then make our way to Ozan?
Yeah. That would be best course of action. I don't want to rush y'all, but
do you need any food or anything before we leave? There's coffee.
I don't think I could eat if I tried.
Do not drink the coffee.
Yeah. We'll probably eat later. That might be a good idea. Don't drink the coffee.
It's so
I
bad.
won't drink the coffee.
Is everyone ready to go, or is there anything else anybody needs to do?
I don't believe so. We just came for the letter, and now we have it, so... Eventually, obviously, we'll have to get to Ozan, but family is important, so I don't mind taking our way back towards where we were.
I'll talk to my sister just so she knows our plan. I'm sure it'll be fine. I just want to make sure she knows so there's no surprises.
Question for DM. Does Lorelai know if Dagon has magic that could help Reka?
Potentially.
Good to know. She kind of looks up at the group. Dagon, he's my leader. He's bringing my father. He might have magic to help her.
I know that Otto's sister has something, but if we can fix my sister's issue sooner, that would be helpful, but whatever we need to do.
Lorelai, is this method illegal?
I don't know.
Okay, we just might have to double check before he does anything.
I don't think we're being Ozan, so it would be safer, but I don't know. I don't know if it's illegal or not. I know I think he might use some spells like a mine. I don't know.
We'll keep that in mind.
Yes, just based on the previous knowledge you just reported, which is you did a ancient and forbidden ritual that let out bad things, and your leader, I assume, approved this ritual.
He chose me because Mavis chose me.
And you're wonderful, and I'm sure you did great, but I also just am worried. So, we do have many options for Erebus' sister. We'll let her decide which one she'd like.
Yeah, but I'll go back outside and let her know, and then we can just meet up in here when everyone's ready, and then we can make our way. Lorelai, you should probably also be in front this time, because you see the omens. Like, I read the notes you gave me, but it's not all memorized yet. I'm trying. They're cool, but not fully in my brain yet, so.
It's okay. I will keep an eye out. I'll grab your
Okay.
stuff for you.
I appreciate that. And he'll go out to tell his sister and also Cricket everything. I know that she can't like respond to him, but he's just gonna be like, yeah, tell the group.
Okay. You guys inform Cricket and Reika and eventually meet to go a few miles north, Lorelai leading the pack. Lorelai, I would like you to make a religion check for me.
That's a 19.
Okay.
Cannot
As
find
you guys
anything.
continue forth back into the Whispering Woods, a few miles north, about a mile and a half in, Lorelai, you notice some rustling in the wood, in like a bush kind of in front of you, and then you see a black rabbit kind of hop out, and then stops in the trail that you guys are in and looks at you.
He smiles and she's like, hi. And waves at it.
And then it hops kind of on the trail.
She's like, oh, that's so good. Oh, okay. That's a good one. And she follows the rabbit.
Okay. You guys follow the rabbit another mile or so until you guys kind of come to this small clearing within the evergreens here. Lorelai, you're almost feeling a little bit of deja vu. But then the rabbit kind of stops in the center of the clearing before it then just hops back into the forest.
She cautiously takes a few steps in.
You take a few steps into the clearing and your vision almost changes. You're still in the clearing, though it looks like this clearing has been masked. You can see that there is a few tents set up. You can see a large kind of bonfire in the middle. And you can see Dagon, a drow man, the leader of your village, kind of tending to someone. It doesn't appear to be your father. It looks to be an elderly woman, tending to her wounds before he looks up and just finishes what he's doing and walks over to you and just like enwraps you in a hug.
He hugs him so tightly.
Do you guys also walk in? Because you guys see Lorelai walk into the clearing and disappear.
I think Erebus would, for sure.
Yeah, if she disappears, yeah.
You guys all eventually walk in and see yourself met with all of this. You see Lorelai is being hugged by a very tall, middle-aged drow man.
These are my friends. I missed you so much.
Hello, Valencia, Erebus, Sakura, Kieran, and Otto. Cricket as well, though I don't know the wolf.
My sister, hello?
Oh, sorry, it must be weird for me to just say your names like that. I have been given the gift of, future sight, though not all powerful, you could say.
Can I insight check?
Yeah.
Doing like that he knows the name. Oh, not bad. Computer. 17 plus 3.
He seems to be telling the truth.
Okay, I calmed down a little bit. I think Otto was just like, stranger that knows my name. I kind of calmed down.
Yeah, what do you guys do? Lorelai, do you do anything?
Yeah, she kind of slowly lets him go and she's like, where's my father?
You can see his kind of demeanor change, knowing that this was coming. He kind of just takes your hand and he begins leading you a little ways outside of the clearing. And you do see there looks to have been a freshly dug grave.
She
sorry.
definitely tears up, and she like sits down on her knees and like clasps her hands, and she says her little saying for them: as the shadows embrace, we commend your spirit to the realms unseen. And she like uses the whole chant this time, and she just like really focuses on saying it and making sure it reaches Maven, because she knew her father really well, and she wants him to be taken care of.
You will see him eventually. When your cycle ends. You'll see Esmeralda and your mother too.
I know. I wish I could have seen him before he died.
I do too. But those creatures, their touch was necrotic. Not even I could help heal. I'm doing what I can for those who came with us. But nearly the whole village is gone.
Oh, we can't go back.
Yes, the island is overrun by those shadows. But I did ask you to come here because I do have some information that could help you and your friends with the things that have been foreseen.
We would love to hear it. Anything helps.
Did anyone follow them over to her dad's grave? Okay. For those of you who don't, you guys are kind of in that clearing. You see that there's probably maybe 5 or 6 other people here. And based on what Lorelai has told you, the village was probably about 200 strong when she had left. Is there anything that you guys do while you wait?
Yeah. Could I, like looking around, I assume there's, like, injured people or, like, sickly people? I'm trying to remember what exactly Dagon was.
Yeah, Dagon was tending to an elderly woman who you guys didn't see the wound, but was wrapping up a wound on her arm when you guys had entered.
Is she like still doing that? I guess like Otto's like.
No. Dagon finished wrapping the wound and tending before he went and approached Lorelai.
Okay. Then I'm just gonna go to somebody nearby, I guess. I just wanted to kind of like talk to them.
Okay. You go over to a wood elf woman. Middle age, long blonde hair, lots of freckles and whatnot, and she also seems to be kind of another person in charge, almost. But yeah, you approach her. Hello.
Hi. Hello. Sorry, I'm Otto, one of Lorelai's friends.
I'm Salis.
Salis. Lovely name. Could I ask a little bit more about what happened?
We were performing a ritual, to unlock some knowledge that Dagon had been told upon by Mavis. Knowledge that was supposed to help us. And although we have recovered that knowledge, it came at a great price. The ritual was not interrupted, it had concluded. But these large shadow creatures, they attacked, killed dear Lorelai's mother right in front of her. Left and began rampaging through the village. We got out who and what we could, but not much was salvageable.
Let's see. May I ask what types of injuries did these shadows affect you all with?
Well, they would almost freeze us first. And then they'd touch your mind and make it go mad. And then others, they were punctured like my dear grandmother here. She gestures to the lady that Dagon was helping. The necrosis is spreading. Very slowly, it's painful, but we're trying to figure out any tinctures and things that we can to help aid it.
I see. I wish I knew more about that type of thing. You said that the ritual was interrupted, but you still acquired the knowledge that you were all seeking?
Yes, I'm sure Dagon will inform you all soon.
Okay.
As that is why he asked Lorelai here.
Was everyone in the village... I'm trying to say this in a way that actually sounds elegant and not just... Was everybody down for the ritual? Was everybody, I guess, in attendance with the ritual? Was it, like, the entire island?
Well, it was Lorelai and then the council who attended the ritual. Everyone else was outside, yes, but
okay.
Us who are performing it, we're within our ritual haven, you could say. Performing it under the full moon.
Question for the DM. So Kieran did not go with Lorelai to the grave. But would she have either A, heard about these creatures having a necrotic touch because she has high perception, and or been able to put the pieces together from hearing?
I would say you guys, anyone who didn't go with Lorelai could have easily followed Otto and overheard this conversation happening.
I was gonna say Otto would let you know probably anyway, so
yeah.
Point you wanna.
Okay, yeah. Just when Kieran kind of puts the pieces together, she's very much like, and standing kind of like right at the edge of like between where the clearing would end and like to where like she wouldn't be able to see them if she took like one more step back. And has like arms crossed, very much curled in on herself, like she's trying to be as small as possible because she's like, nope, I am not dealing with this. I'm gonna be over here. No one is gonna touch me. Nothing is gonna happen.
I feel like Valencia's like very like in tune, just like keeping an eye on Kieran. I feel like she sees this and doesn't necessarily say anything at first, but she is going to go and she's gonna stand like close to Kieran. If that's okay. Like, if Kieran moves away, she's obviously not gonna, like, go after her, but she's just, like, just there with her.
I don't think Kieran would necessarily put, like, a ton of space between them, but she would take, like, one step further than she usually would. Just because she's like, I'm not letting anything happen in front of these people. Not a fucking chance.
Yeah, Valencia just, like, she notices, she nods, she just stays where she is. Like, as close as Lorelai is comfortable with her being.
Kieran.
You and Kieran.
You said Lorelai.
Lorelai.
We're with Lorelai?
Lorelai is not comfortable with anything. She's going through it. Yeah, Kieran.
But yeah, like, when Kieran does take the step away, she would, like, do a little pinky. Like, this is not you, this is me.
Okay. Otto, do you have any more questions?
Oh, not that I can think of at the moment. So I think Otto's just like, saying the condolences, like kind of thing. Can I just do kind of like a little perception check around at the other people?
Yeah.
To see if I like spot anything unusual or like are they all like of sound mind? Otto's a little bit hesitant about that. What did I say? Perception?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, not bad. 17.
Everyone else who you can at least see seems to be doing okay, minor injuries, but all seem to be of sound mind, as you can tell. From, like, a first glance, at least.
Cool. Then I'll look back at the people who my friends that are still here and see that they're on the edge, about like almost almost out, and just like kind of like. And kind of go over, be like, "Are you all right?"
I'm not risking anything in front of these people.
Risking what exactly?
Creatures with an aquatic touch. Sound a bit familiar, maybe.
Oh, like okay. Yeah, but you're
She
not...
is whispering, for clarification.
Yeah, I would also be whispering, but you're not like you're a person. You're not a shadow.
Yes, but people are not always that kind of rational.
That is fair, I guess. Okay, and then I think Ado's just gonna like kind of relay what she learned, just to talk about something, I guess. I feel like this is probably not the best subject to talk about since you're worried, but also I feel like we're better off being informed and prepared. So here's what I know now. It just like, kind of says it.
Alrighty. You guys talk a little bit about what Otto learned. We'll go back over to the other three. Is there anything you guys say or do as Lorelai is kind of beginning her process of grieving her father?
And Lola is like crying as she's saying this.
I think Erebus wants to give her space, but he's close enough that if she wanted him to like comfort her, he would be there. So he's just kind of like standing around. He hasn't really said anything.
Sakura bows his head respectfully. And it's just being close. If the cannot remember his name. If the drow man who was there,
Dagon.
He's like the leader, right?
Yeah.
I think Sakura is just eyeing him sometimes in like a distrustful manner, but he's there for Lorelai right now, and he'll deal with that after. He'll deal with his own feelings after that, but right now he's like focused on Lorelai.
Okay. At the moment, he kind of just approaches you, gives you enough space, Sakura. I understand why you distrust me. I am a person you do not know, and Madame Isadora, your friend, told you to watch out, didn't she? Like her, I see into the future, although not as powerful as her. But I saw our dear angel there, and he gestures towards Lorelai, meeting you guys with Madame Isadora and going on a great journey after she had left our village. I do not wish her harm. I do not wish any of you harm. I am here to help and to aid.
Why didn't you see the results of the ritual?
Like I said, I do not see all. I'm not as powerful as Madame Isadora, and I will explain in great detail once we are gathered with your friends. I would have done anything to stop Lorelai's mother's death, the ritual that killed my people. We were doing it because it was an order from Maveth. You do not disrespect the god you worship.
Do you know if it was the same ritual?
He seems to not know what you're talking about.
Okay. From what I've heard about the ritual being stated, do I think
it sounds
Sakura,
extremely similar?
It's goddamn it, it's the same thing. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Although, like, there are different pieces. Like, yours specifically included blood magic. Hers is what, from what you can tell, explicitly used necromancy magic and ritual rites. But they seem to have been at least similar rituals.
I think I barely looked at him this time. I keep looking at Lorelai. I think I look at him finally and I say, "How long ago did this all happen?"
About 3 months.
Well, he never really does change. And he looks back.
After a while, Dagon will approach you, Lorelai, and just offer a hand.
She takes it after calming down just a tiny bit, and she kind of wipes her face. Who all survived?
The ones here, at least. I don't know if anyone else escaped. Only one of the other council members survived. A few of the other village members. I do not know of Hadrin, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. That's who I was looking for. You were getting people you could out.
Asala said she had seen him running into the forest, but not with our group. I don't know if he survived or if those creatures found him. I've been in search of the others, but I don't know why, but home is shrouded. The people of our village are shrouded. From my gaze.
Madame Isidora's gaze was shrouded too. I could not see y'all. I cannot see you. I almost said y'all. I know that you did very good.
I do not know what is preventing us from seeing, but we will figure it out. Do you need more time, or do you wish to discuss what I have learned?
We can discuss it. I'm okay. Be okay.
He leads you all back towards the clearing, and once he's there, he kind of gestures for Valencia, Kieran, and Otto to kind of join them. And he takes you all into his own, what looks to be his own tent, and kind of just sits down and offers for you all to sit as well. The ritual we were doing was an order from Mavis. We were trying to learn of a way, and he just looks at you, Lorelai, before speaking again, to ascend the angel to be his champion, to become the leader of the village, to guide us through Mavis' power. But I do not know if this ritual was shrouded by other divinities, or if Mavis... I'm not sure. He trails off. But this rite was not meant to hurt. It was meant to help our chosen Lorelai, I mean. As she has always been in the good graces of our God.
Lorelai is your angel.
Yes, she was made by Mavis. From his darkness, his light.
Can I ask a dumb question?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I want to ask it.
What's the question?
I don't think Lorelai is human. I don't think she's human at all. I think
She's definitely an Asimar.
An Asimar, right?
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, hold on. I'm sorry for getting loud. I was really like, I feel like you can literally see the moment my face just like, look at the moment. Oh my god. Would Sakura know anything about Asimar literally at all?
No, literally nothing.
Okay. Damn.
Funny thing is,
Tell me
Lorelai doesn't know.
Oh my god, but you knew. God, I wish
secrets.
his I can't. I wish his Feywild training, his Feywild living just taught him more. No, I don't got anything then. I was gonna have him have a reaction. He doesn't know shit.
Tia fully thinks that this is just like some like religious like yeah, she was the chosen, like she's the angel. She just thinks it's like
Normal cult stuff.
Yeah, not cult, but like biblical is not the word because the Bible does not exist. But like religious of like vocabulary. This is fully what she's thinking it is.
Okay.
So she's just nodding like she fully understands it. She does not.
Jesus.
Hannah's kind of same of like, this sounds religious and I don't know enough about this to like, I don't know enough about this to say if it's right or wrong.
That's why she had the bony wings.
I love that you're getting this just now. This is amazing.
I just thought it was fun flavoring.
No, not at all.
Literally last week, Lila said necrotic shroud, and I was like,
yeah. Anyway,
Sakura doesn't have a dumb question.
So I have recently foreseen us, well, after I've received the knowledge that we were searching for, that Lorelai, you still do ascend, but it is to take his place, not to serve under him.
I'm glad I take his place. I may have made him mad. When we lost our friend Sakura, I prayed to another god to get him back. Because he wasn't listening to me, and I saw the Lightbringer's Banshee. And she talked about how Mavis wanted to manipulate us, and that he was full of lies.
That is true. I do not know if Mavis gave us this order to prevent us from ascending you. If he did it to kill off our village. But I have learned he is weakening.
That's why he needs people. He wants me to kill people for him. And I did.
You did not know better. You have known nothing but his shroud. You did not know what I have learned. Because I had no way to communicate with you until you got that letter. Till we got that letter.
I should have known he was full of lies when he killed the Lightbringer's Banshee.
He opens his robe and kind of pulls out what looks to be a scroll. This is the knowledge we were searching for. You need other things in order to perform it. And I have seen that we perform it here in this clearing under the bleeding moon.
I've seen that image.
It's been getting through to you?
Yes,
I've
I
been
saw
sending
you in
it.
Oh, Lila, are you there? No.
I'm there.
Oh,
What?
okay. You just went very
he's-
still, and your voice went out, and I was like,
He said, I've been sending it.
so glad I got the image.
He hands you, Lorelai, the scroll. I do not know where the other items are. But I'm sure whatever journey you are currently on with your friends, it will lead you to them.
I'm glad to know I'm on the right path.
You can find information about when the next bleeding moon is in Ozen. I believe you've already been to the tower there. That could give you that information. And I will say, Sakura, Lorelai, and Erebus, you do recall the tower in which you were buying magical items from, or magical scrolls from, is probably where you need to go, because it was adorned with different astrological things.
Yeah, the one that knows that we may do blood magic. Or necromancy magic.
Mm-hmm.
And my spellbook's written in blood.
It's okay. I can make myself look like literally anything.
You also have 3 other people who haven't been there.
True.
Yeah.
But let me go ahead and add the Eclipsean Scroll of Balance to your inventory.
Ooh, fun.
And while you guys figure out what to do next, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. See y'all in a minute.
We gotta kill God.
And welcome back. We pick up as the group has just found some enlightening information presented by Lorelai's village leader, Dagon. Yeah. What do you guys do as you guys all hear about this information?
Lorelai's definitely panicking a little bit because she is thinking of all the things of when her spells came from Mathith, so she doesn't know how that's going to react to her needing to take over for him. Yeah. Overthrow him. There we go. That's the words I was looking for. And she's just... It's a lot to take in.
So Erebus kind of looks at, we're all forgetting his name, the drow.
Dagon.
Dagon. And it's like, so, as Lorelai's friends, how are we supposed to go around all of this? Do you have any advice on how we can better prepare for when Lorelai has to ascend? Or whatever that entails?
Like I said previously, there are a few other items you need as in addition to the scroll I've just handed Lorelai. But from what I can tell, the scroll itself is a rite that will weaken Mathith. The other items are made there to help either in the rite itself or in overthrowing death.
No, right. And just on our journey, we're going to be able to find these things, or is it the scroll itself that helps us find these weapons or items?
On the journey, you should find them. I do not know where they are. I have tried to search for them individually, but as far as I am aware, you will find them on your journey.
I see. Thank you.
But there are other things you can do to prepare. We will help with the rite, those of us who are still here. But you need allies. Strong people who can aid you. You need items to help resist against his magic, as much as divine as it is. When you perform the rite, he will try to kill whoever is holding that scroll.
So if I'm holding the scroll,
He will target you. But your friends, I know, will prevent that, or at least try to.
we will find this. We will do this. So, should I not do any of his rituals? Will that make him stronger?
Yes, it will. It will make him stronger. Each soul you send to him imbues him with constitution, power.
She grabs her ritual book and she just starts ripping out pages. She's so mad. She's so mad.
Well, I know you all have to get to Ozan. Is there anything you need for your journey? We can spare what we can.
Do you have any magic that could help Erebus' sister?
He looks over to the wolf that's kind of in here, I guess. I could try. I've never helped a lycanthrope before, but I can try.
There seems to be something else preventing her from transforming back. We don't know if it's specifically from our condition or if it was put on her. Still not entirely sure.
Well, let me do a ritual to find out exactly what is wrong and see if I can perform a spell to help.
I tell him everything I learned about it last time when I was like, what's keeping her and all that, see if it helps.
Okay. You see as he kind of gestures for Reika to come closer. She is very wary, but does so, and kind of bows her head as he pricks his finger and smears a little blood on her forehead as he tries to focus in on what's exactly wrong with her. He sighs, nods, and then performs another ritual, lighting some incense as well as he performs this ritual before just touching her head. And you can see this almost gray glow coming from his hand as he does. And you can hear Reiko whimper before you can see her form lessening with fur, and she turns into the young 17-year-old girl, your sister. Long brown hair braided back, though very messy and filled with twigs and branches and moss and such that she has collected in her way. Simple robes over her. She just looks back to you, Erebus. Thank you.
Of course. And he goes and gives her a hug.
She just sits in the hug for as long as she can.
Welcome back. I'm sorry that you had to go through before I could find you.
It's not your fault.
I could have been there sooner.
No. You were hiding. Trying to not catch Dad's and Duke Battenmont's attention.
The
They
whole
couldn't find us. How could you?
that whole situation was foolish of both parties. This shouldn't have happened at all. And I wish it never had come that you two had to hide. I wish I helped more before everything had occurred.
I don't fault you. Dad is very set in his ways. As well as Marcellus. I can't even go back home now. What me and her did is treason to each city-state.
It wouldn't be safe, and Father was furious, but I was planning on looking for you anyway, but Mother wanted me to make sure that you were safe. She's just as worried about you as I was. If it was just her, there could have been a way.
Dad's just too proud.
Father. Yeah. I wish I could say he wasn't. But we will make sure that you're safe and that we can find somewhere where you'll be protected. That's my hope. That's why I came to come find you.
Well, Duchess and I were talking, and she says that Aurelian is very nice. And maybe she'd let me stay in the castle.
I'm sure that if we talk to her, that's probably an option. She is very nice. She had plenty of time to be upset with our group on multiple occasions, and she did not. So it gives me some hope.
And she just hugs you tight.
And he'll hug her back until she thinks that she's able to stand.
Yeah. What do the rest of you guys do?
Tear up.
Yeah. I think at some point during the conversation, Kieran would probably have tried to like slip back out of the tent just because she's very uncomfortable being in close proximity to anyone right now.
Easy enough to do.
Yeah.
So Cora is making a mental list in his mind of all the new things he has to do now. Once he gets time to settle down, he's like, in his mind, he's like, okay, like all the things he has to do. And yeah, just awkwardly standing there while people have emotional moments.
Okay.
Valencia's kind of in the same boat. She's just like, and she feels horrible for this, but she is kind of like looking at the people here, and like she feels bad for thinking of this because like she does genuinely feel bad for them in their situation, but she's just like, Malachar told me there was someone that I had to meet, and she's kind of like thinking about that, and she's not obviously not gonna like ask anything about it, but she's just like looking over, like trying to be like as kind as she can about it, but she is still like very curious as to who he was talking about for that.
Roll me intelligence check.
Good. 12.
You probably assume Dagon is who you needed to meet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she knows this is like a very heavy moment for everyone involved, so she's like, I'm just gonna stay back.
Oh, can I ask a out of character question?
Mhm.
I guess. So before Otto was talking to the other elf, and like it was stated that the ritual on the island that they were doing didn't get completed, but like they still acquired the knowledge. Is the knowledge the what Dagon just like kind of said, or
she adjusted her wording in the statement to you. They completed it. It didn't get interrupted, but as they completed it, that's when they were attacked.
Okay.
And you assume the knowledge is the scroll that was given to Lorelai.
Okay. That's what I thought, but I needed to confirm because my brain's like hopping over everywhere. Yeah, and then I think Sorry. Apart from that, just not wanting to interrupt the siblings, but also like heard like her sister's name and Cricket's name, so it's just like listening, I guess. Because it's just like people I know, that kind of thing. But also just doesn't want to interrupt the siblings because they're hugging now. Feels like it would be awkward.
Yeah. But moments eventually pass. You guys gather up towards the edge of the clearing to eventually head over to Ozan. What do you guys do?
Lorelai definitely said bye to everyone, checked in on everyone. I made a mental note of all who is there at the moment, and it's just like hoping other people find their way to Dagon. And she's just like, she takes a deep breath and she's like, holds the scroll and actually puts it in the bag of holding that she still has, even though the bagman got her. And she's looks at everyone. Let's get going.
Okay, to Ozan then. So I guess we just head on.
Yep.
Once they're far enough away from like once they're like mostly on their own, Valencia's just to be like, I think I have something that could help us get there faster. And she pulls out the little whatever it was that Malakar had given her in her dream.
Pulls out this item. None of you guys have seen it before.
I
just had that on you.
When and how?
And who?
And where?
And what?
And why?
I think we've gone through all the options now.
I think you have.
I can answer, or you can list more questions.
Those are the 5 main question words in common.
I had a dream last night, and Malaka asked if there was anything that I needed, and I don't know if it's something that he wanted to show his trust or loyalty, but I asked if there is a way we could get to Ozan faster, and I woke up with this in my hand. I don't know what it is, but if he's right, it might help.
I'll cast Identify on it just to be paranoid about it.
It cannot be identified.
Shit.
So this is gonna kill us.
Reka
okay.
kind of just leans over to Erebus. Who's Malakar?
He is a very interesting fella.
Wait, do you mean
He's a
Malakar
very-
from the Hellebore family? How
Yeah.
does your friend know him?
Some unfortunate circumstances.
Why aren't you
And
telling
events
me
that occurred.
anything? I taught you poetry.
You did, and I really appreciate that, and it's very sweet. But I don't think he kind of looks at Valencia. What do you want me to say about all of this?
I don't know how loud were they talking with Valencia.
She was like whispering to Erebus.
Yeah, so like, Erebus, like she just sees him looking at her. She's just like, what?
Can you speak in the mind thing?
She
Your
does.
friends can speak in minds?
Yeah, my friends are really cool. What?
I cast a message and I go, yeah. in her head.
What do you want me to say about the demon guy? How do you want me to
Responded to
explain that? To my sister. She wants to know. She's curious, and, what do you want me to say?
Erebus and Otto, you both hear Reka under breath. You're like, I'm surprised Erebus has friends.
That is sibling behavior. That
He
is
is
sibling
being
behavior.
brutalized in front of
Yeah, I don't know how that feels.
Not Erebus didn't hear that. Sorry, Kieran and Otto overheard that. Not Erebus. I was looking at the wrong. I was looking at the wrong passive perception.
Valencia's just like, I don't know.
I didn't mean to cause as much of an uproar. We can just continue to Ozan.
And then Valencia is going to. She's like, I'm sorry. I got caught up with the wrong people as of late, and Malakar can help me with some things for a price.
Malakar is a devil. I died. They made a deal to bring me back to life.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
about
I
it.
like this guy. He tells me things when my brother won't.
I don't think that is something he usually does. This is a
I was just trying
conversation
to be
we've had to have.
respectful.
No,
I just didn't want to say anything. I wanted to be respectful.
A lot of beating around the bush. Let's see, I can't identify anything with this, so it's just a matter of if we trust him or not, because I can't really sense anything out of it. So we all could end up teleported somewhere random, or get stuck into this ball thing forever.
Lovely. Okay.
Valencia. Darling light of my life. Please tell me that you did not make another deal with him for that.
No. I don't sorry. He asked me. He taught me something, and then I asked him. He asked if I needed anything, and for a certain price, he was going to give it to me for free. I don't think he. I asked him who he wanted me to, and she glances at Reika and then decides to not beat around the bush. She was like, I asked who he wanted me to kill, and he said that I would learn soon enough, but I asked how to help Reika, and he said that there was a way to get us to Ozan faster, and I woke up with this in my hand. As far as I know, I didn't make any other deal, but I also have a problem with people not telling me things, so he seemed like he was honest, and I very much hope that he was.
Okay.
Cast a message on Kieran, and I say, did you hear what she said? She has a problem with people not telling her things.
I don't need you to bring this up right now. I am trying to be better.
Okay, let's go to Ozan. How does this work?
Good question.
Let me just say,
She's looking over it.
It has no distinct markings.
Tap it.
You tap it.
She's like,
Hello?
Yeah. Well, he tried to identify it. It didn't work, so I was just like, I don't fucking know, man.
Make an Arcana check for me, Valencia.
you start shaking.
You have the staff. You have
Magic eight ball.
advantage.
Magic 8 ball?
Magic eight
Yeah,
ball.
magic people.
Can I make an Arcana check because I tapped it like a cat?
No, you just
Damn.
tapped it. Did nothing.
24.
Okay. Now roll me a D100.
Ah, shit.
God.
We're gonna end up somewhere we shouldn't be.
I don't have water walk.
It wasn't a 1. It was, however, though, an 11. I should not be trusted with rolling D100.
We're gonna end up somewhere we shouldn't be.
I have
moved
rolled
2
a
feet
1
to the left.
on a D100 twice. And I don't like that.
You said it was 11?
11.
Well, let me pull up the
Be
map.
prepared to
We
use it
end
almost
up-
again immediately.
We end up on a ship with
No,
a
we-
very hot air.
We get
Nazi
teleported
captain.
into a Kraken lair, and we see Crick.
We end up at an underwater city with a very hot tiefling woman. A pimple, let's go.
That would be funny. Please.
I want Crick to have a comeback. I miss him so much.
Crick was
Your little
everyone's
critter, you're
child.
an out here.
I love him. Vampire Crick was so much fun. He crawled on the walls and held bones in his mouth.
It was great.
It's just
love
Crick if he
Vampire
was more
Crick.
unhinged.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
He crawled
Okay.
out of a box with a dead guy in it. And went,
Valencia, you hold this object in your hand, and as you're kind of like trying to investigate it, you feel this like pulse of energy surge through it before it shoots out, and you guys are all blinded temporarily, and you guys all feel yourselves being pulled into this object and then shot back out of it. You guys are in front of Ozan.
Did the D100
Lila.
mean nothing? It was there to scare us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lila. Lila.
No, I love that so much.
It worked.
Little shit.
You guys stand about a mile outside of the city. You can see the Raytheon army stands awaiting orders, legions of cavaliers riding south from the city, men and women training together for the war, a heavy presence threatening any who dared to draw near, dozens more soldiers on the city walls patrolling. You can even see as you approach, the train station is closed to the public. It seems that they have been used for supplies only, guarded by more soldiers. What do you do?
We just teleport.
Yeah. Yeah, we did just teleport. That is fair. After we come down from teleporting, I was gonna look at the group and go, all right, so again, reiterating, when we get in, we're probably not going to be able to get out as like immediately. So, do you have all your things? Do you need to do anything else? Do you need to get your illegal magic? Do you need to shoot out a spell to just get it out of your system, kind of thing? Just making
What
sure.
do you think I'm going to do?
I don't, Sakura. I don't know. That's the big thing. I don't know what you'll do. So I'm just covering stuff before we enter this.
I look like this, and then I look at the sister, and then Cricket. Like,
I think you've made yourself a bit too... What's the word I'm looking for? Like, we cannot read you. We do not know what you're going to do at any given moment.
I'm an open book.
You're pretty spontaneous with what you decide to do.
Cricket just whispers, oh, he's a chaos gremlin then.
Yeah.
I'm not going
He's
to
a
do
crap.
anything.
Okay. I'm
I just think we should believe him.
making sure I've warned. I feel like I've warned everyone before we go in. And then Otto's just gonna start making the way towards like the gate area with like getting out the permission slip.
Okay.
I cast a message into Otto's head, and I go, okay, what illegal blood magic spell should I cast first?
I turn around and just yell out, Sakura!
Sakura's just laughing!
like pissed, just like stop. Or
Don't
I'll
worry,
tell
they're
them
always like
to
this.
leave you out here and we'll all go inside.
I've just never seen Otto like this.
Yeah, no, it's a sight. She's under a lot of pressure.
I'm stressed.
I can
I
tell,
bring-
I mean, her sister just became queen, and
Yeah, I
eventually
bring this
she'll
out in
be
a lot
a
of people.
duchess, and why are you eavesdropping on our conversation?
I mean, you're talking kind of
We're
loud.
talking very loudly, and you got into our conversation.
No, Reika was talking with Erebus.
Oh, I
Like
thought we were all
whispering.
talking together. I
Yeah,
didn't know you
but
were
she was, like,
whispering. Never
whispering.
mind. I did not know you were whispering. Disregard that. He can't hear shit.
Okay.
Yeah,
guys-
but she's got a lot going on.
Okay. Well, you guys eventually.
Valencia's literally, I'm sorry, she's like walking and it's like arms like folded like in front of her. She's trying to be the least amount of trouble to Otto. Like, you know how it's like, oh yeah, you have to watch like a bunch of kids and there's like one or two kids that are just like trying to be on their best behavior to not cause more stress. That is what Valencia's doing. She's just like, I'm just gonna walk here, nothing to see here. I'm not the
recognize
one
that.
causing chaos this time.
Yeah, Otto recognized that. It was like, thank you, Valencia.
You
You're
guys.
never trouble, but thank you.
You guys continue forth towards the gates. You can see as some of the soldiers who are within the train station, they kind of give you a look. But you guys still approach. Eventually getting to the gates, everything is closed, and there are dozens of soldiers just on the gate itself, outside, behind, on the walls. But you approach one of them. Otto.
Hey, hello. We have passage into Ozan from Queen Aurelian. If you could grant us entry, it's like counting how many people. How many is it now? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
7 people and a spider.
7. Yeah. Okay. If you can allow all 7 of us to enter.
He just
thank
takes
you.
the paper from you, like looking over it. Whistles up to one of the walls there, and like a higher up basically comes up and checks paperwork, making sure it's official and whatnot. Okay, well, this way. And you see as like there are 4 guards kind of waiting on the other side of the gate for you guys as you guys are let into the city. You guys don't really see anyone roaming the streets here as you normally would. I mean, it also, the festival isn't going on anymore, so there aren't that many people out, but you rarely see people as you guys are being basically escorted up towards the Dreadmore Keep. You guys continue forth until you guys are let into the castle. Those of you who have never been in the castle, it is a grandiose, very gothic, dark castle lit only by torchlight on the hallways there when you first enter. You guys are you head towards the main hallway here and into kind of what looks to be the throne room, though there is no one sitting there at the moment. But you do see guards that are regularly patrolling the hallways and whatnot, and you guys await there while one of the guards talks to, you assume, either some sort of servant or messenger. You did go to the castle for dinner. But just a reminder, I guess, then. Goes off to fetch Aurelian and maybe even Idris. But you guys have a few moments if you guys would like to talk amongst yourselves.
The silence is deafening.
Yes. So none of you say a word, but you guys can hear the distant footsteps approaching. Otto, you look over and you see Aurelian, who has a very nice spiderweb-like crown upon her head, a very grandiose and elegant wear. But you can see as that kind of formality drops as she goes and she just grabs you and hugs you tight.
Yeah, Otto definitely hugs back. And it goes, long time no see.
Yes, long time no see. She kind of just pulls back and just like holds your face for a second. Good. Safe.
I am, as much as I can be, with everything that has happened.
I'm sure it's been a lot. Well, let's get out of the throne room and go off towards one of the chambers. For privacy, at least.
And yeah, we'll follow after.
You guys go into one of the kind of almost like a drawing room of sorts. It's very elegant. There are lots of couches that you guys can sit on, rest, and whatnot. So, I see Reika is fully back, so the spell isn't useful in this instance, but have it anyways, just in case. She hands you a spell scroll of Greater Restoration.
I appreciate you getting that for us.
It was not an issue.
Wizard. Everyone's
Okay, you hand it off to Lorelai.
Lorelai is
Sorry, I was writing notes and then I did not register this. I also want to see what it is. Yeah.
It's a spell scroll, Greater Restoration.
Oh, okay.
That Lorelai now has.
Yeah. I think Otto just be like, yeah, we found some help on the way.
That's good.
and figured that might be easier than trying to get in and out of Ozan currently.
Yeah, I mean, I would have written you another royal decree saying that you had a wolf with you as well, but...
That is true, but thank you for acquiring it as
it was
an option.
Not an issue at all. And she kind of turns to you, Erebus, and kind of just, like, holds your hand for a moment. I sent your letter to your mother. She hasn't responded yet. It's been too early for that, but should expect a response in a few days.
Thank you.
Of course.
No, that means a lot.
Of course. Well, do you have questions for me, Otto, or do you have anything to report, I say, so we can get formalities out of the way?
I think I said most in the letters in terms of where you had sent us originally.
Yes.
I
have the austere eyes working on that sort of lead, at least.
Okay. Yeah, we unfortunately didn't find too much, but hopefully anything helps in that regard, and they have more luck than us. Apart from that, I have already forgotten the brother's name. How?
Your brother?
Yeah.
Argith.
Okay. I've also seen Argith and his wife, briefly.
How are they?
Good. He's good. He's just at his house. I don't know. We didn't have a lot of time to chit-chat, unfortunately. We were kind of on another mission. But his wife helped us out. We had some business with her. The fire?
The seminary, yes.
Yes. But they're good. And then... Sorry, there's like a lot has happened. I think Ada's just like trying to remember everything.
Well, I haven't seen you for nearly a month, so I assumed a lot has happened.
Yes, and we had some... Yeah, just a lot of run-ins with bad things happening. And now there's, civil unrest here. And how are you? Or have you been okay? Safe?
I mean, becoming queen in this time has been daunting and a lot. But Idris and I are handling it. And there isn't so much civil unrest here in Ozan. Some, but not as much as I've heard in, like, let's say, the Laval Grove, or just some of those other cities, larger ones.
My city, have you heard of anything?
I have not heard of anything of Ellery Hollow, unfortunately. No news is better than bad news.
I see. I would agree with that. That gives me a little bit of hope about everything there.
I'm sure if you wanted to meet with one of the captains of the soldiers there, they could probably give you some more information, as they have correspondence with their legions there daily. Messengers going back and forth.
That would be very beneficial. I also have a few other matters to discuss with you. Probably not at the moment, but if I can meet with you later, about a few things.
We could meet tomorrow. Idris and I are going to go over some plans, and you, Otto, and even any of your other friends are welcome to join if you have business with either of us.
Okay. I'll be there.
But I think that's enough formalities for now. Let's get you all set up in the castle and ready for whatever you guys have planned next.
So she's taking us to, like, rooms or whatever?
She's not.
Oh, no. Okay, but we'll be staying at, like, the castle?
Yeah, you guys are gonna be... She's setting you guys up in the castle for the time being.
Cool.
She does escort Otto to the room you had previously, because that's kind of close to where her quarters are. She tries to set you guys up close enough to each other, but some of you guys are on you guys are all on the same wing, but some of you guys are on different floors and such.
In that case, then I will grab Aurelian for a minute and be like, I don't know who you could tell or send this to, but if you have any like really nice blankets / pillows / like really nice.
You do remember that this is the castle for the king and the queen of Elderos. Everything is nice.
You don't have to use. Yes, I know, but just I want you to make sure that my friend Valencia has her pick from those. I know they're probably already outfitted with really nice stuff, but just, throw another blanket in
so
there.
I have other things delivered to her room. Very, very nice, expensive things is what you're wanting.
I just...
In war.
Yeah? No, just something nice.
I'm kidding with you. Yes, I can outfit your friends with whatever nice things that they wish. To limits.
Yeah, obviously, like, nothing crazy, but...
Yes, I can do that. It's not an issue.
Thank you.
Tomorrow I'll give you and your friends your reward for going to Undune Cross.
Yeah, we do need.
I just, I wasn't expecting you guys here so soon. You guys said a few days, so.
Yeah, we found a shortcut, I guess.
Okay. I believe you.
I don't imagine it's a weird thing. I don't know all about it, so.
She kind of just narrows her eyes before, smiling and just giving you one last hug. Well, I have business to attend to. Get settled.
Of course. You're super busy.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, you're queen now. Congrats again. I don't know if I said it.
Thank you. You did. Yeah, you wrote it very largely on that parchment.
That's true. I did do that. Well, now you get to hear it again. Congrats.
Good. Wish you could have been there, but... Oh, Mom was asking about you.
Oh!
When she was here for the coronation and wedding. She was just asking where I sent you, and I told her that was official queen business. Royal business.
Smart. That is so smart.
I can do that now without really getting backtalk from her. Though it has its limits, I have found.
What else did you try to lie about?
Nothing. But you need to worry your head about.
Okay. I'm extremely concerned. That means you were up to no good, but... Hey, you're queen. You can do that.
I can, yes, I can. But, no, nothing bad.
Is Mom doing alright?
From last I heard, yes.
That's good.
The twins are, of course, wreaking havoc. Now that you are gone, they're no longer pulling pranks on just you. It is the entire castle.
Hey, at least they're divvying it. If there's a wider spread, I feel like people don't feel as targeted.
It was mostly just you being targeted.
I know.
I don't think the people who live within the castle, besides Mother, are very pleased with them.
Well, that is fair. It's not fun to be, how did they say it? Pranked on?
Oh, goodness. Right.
Yeah.
That's what they say. Well, if you want, I do have a sending scroll to Mom. If you want to send her a letter.
I would. I'll have to think of what exactly to say, but I do miss her.
I do too. But get rest, clean up. We'll have dinner. For you and your friends.
It's like an exaggerated bow.
Please only do that in public.
But you can't make that face you just made unless...
In public I won't. I know how to control myself. But
But it's funny.
She just walks away.
Alright. Goes into the room.
Does anyone else do anything as you guys get settled into your very lavish and new rooms here at the castle for the time being?
So everyone got their own room.
Yes.
Ooh, Lorelai's not happy about that.
You guys can share rooms if you guys wish, but you guys were all just given individual rooms.
Yeah, she's pretty much standing in her room, realizes that Erebus is not in the room with her, nor Sakura, and she just kind of like stands there and starts to feel very, very, very panicked because she hates being alone. And it's her first time being alone that she could actually like realize she's alone, besides, you know, running from her life. So she's very scared and not wanting to move. So.
Well, I was about to say that Erebus is probably going to try to find Lorelai because he hasn't checked up on her since the whole father dying god thing.
Yeah, you and Reika are basically, you guys are set up in a room together. Get settled, and then you go off to find Lorelai's room. You guys were told exactly where each person's room was. If you needed help, there were servants that could help guide you. But you know your way around this castle well enough to figure it out. And you find yourself in front of Lorelai's door.
He would knock very politely at the door.
The door
It's
opens
me.
so quickly.
Hi, I wanted to check in on you after everything.
Yeah,
Can I come in? Okay.
she like steps to the side. She's shaking.
Are you alright? I know you're not, but I mean, right now.
Well, after everything, being alone right now is very overwhelming. I don't like
understand.
being alone.
Well, I wanted to come check on you, just to make sure that you didn't need me. So I'm glad that I came.
I need you a lot more than I think I do.
Do you want to talk about anything? A lot happened.
I'm now officially alone, so it's a lot to take in. I don't have a home to go back to. I have a lot on my mind. I don't know if I can kill the god who gave me my magic. You know? A lot.
I think we can get too far ahead in that. We will do what we can to get the items and prepare. And you're not going at this alone. We're all here to help you.
He killed another god, Erebus. Or at least a champion of one. I don't want that guy hurting you guys.
Well, we have to do what we can to protect you and everyone else. We don't know what his plan is, and I don't think we will know. But we'll do what we can. I know it's very overwhelming. When I first heard that about ascending and the angel stuff, I really didn't know what to make of it. But we'll figure it out. At least we'll try to.
He's always called me Angel Light. I never realized that I might actually be one.
Well, you do have the wings. I do remember seeing those, even though I was kind of in wolf mode.
Yeah, that was a kind of new phenomenon. But yeah, I'm just glad I got the chance to protect you. You always protect me, and I just felt like I needed to protect you.
I'm sorry you were put in that position to begin with.
We're friends. We protect each other.
And that's what we're going to do with
this god situation, we protect each other. So that's what we'll try to do.
I'll protect you guys.
We'll try to do
you
the
guys will
same.
protect me.
Yeah. I think Erebus probably sits down somewhere. Is like, do you want a hug? I thought I'd offer.
She like definitely like goes over and just hugs him tightly. I was so scared I was gonna lose you.
You weren't going to lose me, I promise. I would have found my way back. It's good that you weren't there when everything was happening. So.
I wish I kind of I don't know. I just wanted to be there to support you.
And you were.
Little after the fact, but yeah. I'm just glad you were safe.
Fine. Yeah, I'm fine as I can be. And you and Otto really helped in the moment.
I'm glad.
Brought me to. So. Thank you.
Of course, I care for you. I don't know what would happen if I lost you. I really don't.
Well, hopefully it won't come to that.
I'm so sorry. Just seeing all the comments saying kiss with tongue, kiss.
I haven't seen those. Oh no.
The ship is trying to sail and I'm laughing.
Yeah, I can't see the chat.
No, that's funny. Anyway, back to where we were. Like, I'm gonna look at the scroll to see kind of what we need. If you want to look over it with me.
Yeah. I'm not too good with magic stuff, but I'll pretend like I am for the support.
That works.
Yeah, and Erebus will try to help.
Okay, you guys go over the scroll. What are the rest of you guys doing? Valencia, Kieran, and Sakura.
Sakura locks the door and throws the stuff down, changes into his normal form, and I think he just kind of looks around and like his fingers linger on a lot of stuff, like it's a familiar feeling, and then he goes and just sits on the bed and pulls his knees up to his chest and just sits there, trying not to freak out a little bit, but he's just in his own head being alone. And that's him.
Valencia kind of just, fun fact, on her literal backstory doc, one of her fears is being alone. So she kind of just sits there and she's trying to just like do like she doesn't necessarily have like a nighttime routine, but like is trying to do like some semblance of like, okay, I'm gonna do this, just to try to keep her mind off of the fact of like she's alone, and that she can like, she feels like it's like that thing of like it's so silent but you can hear like everything. So she's like trying not to like freak out, and I feel like it gets to the point where she's like trying to re-braid her hair and it's not really working because braiding your hair is so different from braiding someone else's hair. Mm-hmm. So she's just like trying to, and it's not working, and she's just getting more and more frustrated at this.
As you're kind of braiding your hair, and because you can really hear everything that's around you, you do hear kind of like footsteps outside of your door. Not like they're like right next to it, but like within the hallway there.
I don't have anything to be really stealthy. I'm curious. I'm just gonna wait a couple of seconds, and then I'm gonna like open up the door and just like peek my head out.
You peek your head out and you look down the hall, and you can see Reika. She's kind of like She's fixed herself up, she's cleaned herself up, and she's kind of like in a nightgown that has been like given to her, and she's kind of looks to be like roaming the halls.
Mika, is everything okay?
Yeah, I was just looking for Erebus.
If he's not in his room, I wouldn't be surprised if he was in Lorelai's.
Okay. Don't really remember where she was.
It's you said we know like everyone's locations, really? Like the relative idea of like we were told like
Yeah.
where everyone else's room was. Okay. I can walk you that if you'd like.
It's okay, if he's with Lorelai, maybe they just need some time.
How are
That's
you
not what
feeling,
she's
by the
referring
way?
to!
If I had a nickel for every time people thought Erebus and Lorelai were fucking,
2 nickels.
which isn't a lot, but it's weird that's happened twice.
Both through Kieran, baby.
But
Are you okay? She kind of just approaches a little bit more, keeping a distance.
Valencia like looks into the room for a second. She's like, not really used to being on my own, so
I can show you something
just
pretty
trying to
cool.
get used- Okay.
And she kind of just she just holds her hand out for you to take, so she can show you something.
They take your hand.
And she kind of begins guiding you around like the castle. And then you guys get down to the second floor because your room would be on the third. And she kind of leads you over to this wall, and she kind of just twists a knob on one of the lanterns, and you can hear one of the doors kind of open, and she pushes it open. And not a door, the wall, like a secret passageway. She's like, do you want to go in? It leads to somewhere pretty cool.
Yeah.
She leads you again into this. It's not cramped, but not a cramped secret passage, but still small. And takes a torch off of the wall and begins kind of guiding you. And eventually, probably about 5 minutes later, it begins to open up into like this large cave system within the mountain that the keep is on. And it is has what looks to be like a waterfall and a pool, and it's like glowing. Not many people know about this.
It's beautiful.
It is.
Um,
Marcella
Flint's
and
gonna,
I
like-
used to come here.
I know having it brought up again is not going to change anything, but I am very sorry for what happened.
Thank you.
I probably didn't help either. I shot you in the face. I am so sorry.
I mean, I was attacking everyone. That was kind of an instinctual thing. Like yours was instinctual. And she kind of goes over to like the edge of the platform that's there, and kind of just sits, and her feet are kind of dangling off of it. And she kind of just looks.
I'll go sit like next to her, and like looking down at it, and just like it reminds me of home. Actually,
It does?
I used to live in a cave system up somewhere in the mountains. I'm not sure where, but I spent basically my whole life there.
Well, if it reminds you of home, I can imagine how beautiful it was.
There are even these seeing pools that glittered when the light hit them just right. That I miss it.
I'm sure you'll go back someday.
I hope so. But with how everything is going and what I'm learning, I haven't been back there in many years, and I'm scared that when I go there, that the memory will only be a memory. And the caves and the people in them have suffered a fate that I couldn't prevent if I tried.
Well, memories are a very powerful thing. Things that, like when someone you care for is gone, you can only hold on to those. Memories are almost as powerful as experiencing something. We should hold on to those. Because even though things change, you can always look back on memories.
I have lived so long being told that I was the wise one, like wise beyond my years. It's very weird being on the other side of that spectrum.
Yeah, I got the wise gene. Erebus didn't.
Clearly.
I had to teach him what poetry meant. He was reading a poetry book that I got him at the lake in front of our home. And he didn't understand that it was a guy professing his love to a girl.
Really?
Really. And I was like teaching him like every single sonnet in that book and trying to get him to understand. He's got a little bit of a dog brain, if I could say.
He seems to be very more practical than anything else.
He's very good at fighting, which I'm not. So I guess it's something that he has over me. But I'm more sneaky than him.
If he can find these passageways, I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you say? Or do you kind of just sit there for a while?
I want to say that there's stuff that she says, but I, as a player, can't think of anything.
Okay. You get to know Reika a little bit more as the night goes on before you guys kind of both get tired and guys eventually go back to your rooms. Erebus, I'll say eventually you go back to bed and Reika's nowhere to be seen.
Well, that's concerning. A little concerning. He'd probably poke his head out and kind of like look down the hall. So where could she have gone to? And he kind of pops his head back in and he's like, I'm sure she has a good reason. I'm sure she's fine. Being overprotective, it's fine. And he just flops in bed.
Okay. Probably around like 11 at night or even midnight almost, you can hear the door creak open and she kind of sneaks in and closes it back.
He kind of pops his head up and is like, where were you, if you don't mind me asking?
You sound like Dad.
Probably. Where were you, if you don't mind me asking?
I was hanging out with Valencia.
Oh, nice. Isn't Valencia cool?
She's awesome.
Very sweet.
She's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine then. I was just making sure you were okay. That's it.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
I guess as fine as
That's
I could be.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that. Well, get some rest.
I will.
You deserve it.
She goes over and just like kisses your forehead and then goes to bed.
Oh. Good night.
Good night.
And he also goes to bed.
Is there anything either Kieran or Otto you guys are doing before bed?
I think Kieran is having a low-key crisis because she's realizing this is the first time she's been actually alone since, like, before the seminary. Because even in the seminary, she could talk to Valencia and Maristella. So she's just like, this feels weird. and she like does a lap around the room, just like running her fingers along the stone walls, which also makes her think of the seminary. But then puts her hand on the like bed and feels like how soft everything is, and it's just like she just doesn't feel like she deserves the nice things. So she like in a corner turns like a dresser and a nightstand to form like a small corner, and like goes into it and sits down and is like realizing that she has become more comfortable in her fear than in her comfort, and lets herself just kind of like fall asleep against the wall while being claustrophobic in this tiny corner.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does anyone else do anything before bed? Okay.
Lorelai's definitely still on edge a little bit when Erebus leaves, and she tries her best to get some sleep, but it's probably not working very well.
So Cora cries a little bit.
Okay.
Just anyone wanted to know that's going on.
That's so bad. Everyone's having a terrible time, and Otto's like, a room by myself. Well, with Cricket.
This reminds me of home.
This reminds me of home, literally. It's like, well, technically I'm not alone because this is Cricket. Like, this is normal for Otto. It's like in their own room, and then Cricket's in the corner kind of thing with her own.
And Cricket usually, when she's here, she makes like a web in the high corner and just like sleeps in it.
That's bad. Everyone's like, oh, I hate being alone. It's like, I was like, a bed.
Alrighty. Before we get into any downtime activities, you guys do have a meeting with Aurelian if you guys would like to get to that, and then we will persist with downtime. Okay. You guys meet with Aurelian. Who all is going to that? Okay, everyone. Besides Reika, she's just somewhere off in the castle, probably, I don't know, finding more secret passageways or something. Who knows? But you guys meet with Aurelian, and Idris is also there, though he's kind of talking with some of like the commanders of the Raytheon army and things, different plans, how to protect the city, as Aurelian kind of greets you guys as you, come in to, basically the war room is where she sent you guys. Did you all sleep well? Did you guys have comfortable lodgings? Anyone need any changes? Are you sure, Kieran? If you need a different room, you can let me know.
It is lovely, thank you.
Okay.
Inside check.
Fuck you.
Inside check.
Fuck you. Aurelian sees right through it, but isn't gonna push.
Oh shit, right, I guess I have to roll a thing.
Do I get advantage because it's Kieran and I love her so much?
No.
God damn it, that's an 11.
Okay, hang on.
Well, I also wanted to know. I was gonna let you.
Yeah, no, that's a 7. You're fine, babes.
Okay.
She's lying.
Yeah, she has a +0 to all of her charisma shit. You can see right through her.
Valencia, like, telepathically is gonna go to Kieran of like, actually, I didn't really sleep well last night. Would it be okay if I shared a room with you tonight?
Yes, of course. Anytime.
Thank you.
You can sense the relief just like coming off of her, but she's very much just like, everything's totally fine. I don't hate myself at all.
Oh.
Aurelian kind of just gestures to kind of that interaction, although she couldn't hear it. Well, firstly, to get business out of the way, here's your reward for going Tuandun Karas. And she kind of, two of the soldiers kind of lift like a smaller chest onto the table and kind of present it in front of you for you to open.
Open it up.
There is 1,000 gold each for you.
Ooh, each?
Each.
Damn.
Your sister's the queen. Why wouldn't she spoil you?
I don't know why I thought that was like, wow. Of course.
There is also a greater healing potion each for you guys. But that's it.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, I think Otto's just like making sure everybody gets their cut of it, basically. And then we'll kind of like nod at like Aurelian to be like, you know, it feels weird to be like the sibling that's like, thank you for the reward, but also yeah.
But what other business did you wish to speak to me about, Erebus?
I wanted to talk to you about my sister. I don't know if you have any idea of her situation or not. I don't know how you would, but there was some conflict back home, where it would be in her best interests not to be back there, where she can be safe. And I wanted to know if there was any possibility that she could stay here, or if you have any place that she could go. I just wanted to talk to you about that.
She's more than welcome to stay in the castle.
Thank you.
I can set her up with a permanent lodging, and she can decorate the room however she wish until, should this conflict resolve, go back home.
I will say, for the foreseeable future, I don't know if it will be solved.
It is not an issue.
Unfortunately. Thank you. That was all that I needed to discuss, other than talking to whoever you had suggested about everything going on back home.
Yes. One of the commanders here that Idris is talking with, once they're finished, you could discuss with them and see if they have any correspondence from Ellery Hollow.
I appreciate that. That's all on my end.
Of course. Well, I don't really have anything for you at the moment, Fortune's favored. But I would ask, should I need it, are you able to assist?
Yes? Obviously within reason, but...
Well, yes, of course. I mean, I'm just saying with your, covertness, with the sinking city, potentially it might be good to have you on loan, per se, in case we need another covert mission of sorts.
I feel like that's reasonable. Everybody else, your thoughts?
As long as Valencia's good, then I am good.
I'm good.
Yes.
Oh, question for you. When we were looking at the scroll, did it say what we actually need to...
Nope. It is, like Dagon said, it is only the rite that you need to read during the ritual to help weaken Maveth, so that you can actually, like, fight him within reason.
Oh, so we don't have to go and try to find everything. Oh. That's probably more stuff. Cool.
You just don't know what items they are. The scroll itself doesn't explain what the items are. You still need to find those items in order to fight Maveth.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, that makes sense. Alrighty, she kind of looks at the queen, and she's just like, Do you have any knowledge of things that can kill gods?
Lorelai.
What? You see Idris and the commanders all look up at you guys. Idris walks over. Are you trying to kill gods?
Death, more like.
Lorelai, please.
Maven?
Go over and just like cover her mouth.
Make a grapple check. Make an acrobatics check.
An acro. God.
Kieran fully has her head in her hand. She's just like, oh god.
I got a 10.
Okay, you're able to cover her mouth.
I'm just like.
Idris is like Aurelian is stunned. Is like looking at Otto like, what the hell? And then Idris is like, no, we do not have items or ways to kill gods.
Good to know. Thank you so much. We are on loan if you need anything. Lorelai and I have things to do. We're gonna go. Is that okay?
No, we need to discuss this. You guys are not allowed to leave the room, by the way. Like, there's guards there
she's
stopping
like
you guys.
towards the door, sees the guards, and is like, well, shit.
Otto, explain yourselves. We have a war now. We have to worry about the group that we are depending on for covert missions killing gods?
No, well, I am not as clear on it. It's I think I'm just feeling sweating and panicking at the same time of like, how
do
the hell
I ask
do I,
Queen
like,
have to
discover
command you to tell me what you know? Because I will.
Okay.
Valencia's gonna telepathically, like, message Otto, and she's like, this is going to sound very stupid.
Mm-hmm.
But if you can get the gods away from the door, I can make me and Lorelai invisible and we can run.
We're still in the city. How are you gonna run?
I don't know, but this does not feel safe. And I'm scared that we're going to burn the bridge anyway. I don't know what to do.
It's okay.
Taking suggestions.
Okay. I think Otto just like takes a breath and is like, we had recently learned that Lorelai's family and people were killed/destroyed because of an action that was involving Mavis, and she just has a lot of anger right now towards him, and I think she just thought you're very powerful and might have a way to get back at him.
I mean, I could have people look into this, but I'm worried about you trying to go fight a god.
I'm so worried about that now. But no,
Idris at this point is just laughing.
Lorelai tries to move the hand, and she's just like, my own personal vendetta, don't worry.
No offense, Lorelai, but you've involved my sister, so this is, and you just informed the king and queen, so now it's king and queen business.
I mean, we are going to need allies if we end up doing this. We can't really do it alone.
True, but like telling the king and queen, I'd feel like is a big step up.
I mean, it's
There are even
Otto's
things that I
sister.
wouldn't tell them.
They're Otto's family. They deserve to know.
Yeah, because if I had found out that, Otto just went off to kill a god and you guys all knew about it, I could, imprison you all.
Okay, that's a bit much.
I'm just protective of my sister, my
I
sibling.
don't know
I
whether
understand.
not telling you was a good or a bad idea, and it would be amazing if there was some clarification. Did we just make a mistake by telling you?
I do not know yet.
A god is trying
That's a valid
to.
answer, actually.
A god is trying to stop Lorelai from taking their place because Lorelai's been prophesized to take their place in that matter. So we have to stop the god before that happens.
I feel like the more we tell Aurelian, the more bad this is going to get.
We are
I also
already
will
stuck in this
say this.
situation.
The king.
We need
is
help.
Everyone else here.
I know.
Now,
In a similar vein, do you have a court wizard I could speak to at some point?
Magic Man, I know that we talked about being more honest, but I don't think this is what I had in mind.
As for a court wizard, not at the moment. We will look into this, and help in any way we can, but should you get my sister, or any of my family killed, you will have the wrath of a queen.
I have the
I
wrath of
assure
God
you,
on my
I will
shoulders.
die.
I do not want your queen wrath, I promise you.
I will die long before Otto does.
Can we just not die?
yeah, that would be preferable.
That would be amazing, actually.
Aurelian just, like, talks to one of the guards for a moment. Let's table this conversation.
Please, please.
Until we figure it out, you guys are confined to the castle, so you guys don't go off and kill gods.
That seems like a fair play, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys are kind of, like, escorted out of the room. And escorted to your chambers, and now there is guards on each of your doors.
So I'm guessing I won't be able to talk to that commander.
Not at the moment.
Give it half a day.
Okay. Now that has happened, there's some downtime going to occur. Is there anything anyone would like to do when, as far as you guys are confined to the castle?
Go ahead, Raven.
So the political meeting, are we not allowed to go to that? I know that there was talk that Otto and I would be.
That was what you guys were just in.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh.
And
I guess...
the political means of it were, hey, you're on loan to us now, just in case, as long as you guys are okay with it. But then Lorelai was like, do you know how to kill a god? And that was just stopped the whole conversation.
Fair. I think that I guess at least for now, Erebus is just trying to prep in any way that he can, but he can't really go anywhere, so he's just in his room.
If you guys would like, there is a library within the castle that you guys could go to, and maybe there might be a research you could find.
Is there a like training area within the castle, or like
Yeah, on the
right
castle grounds, yes.
On that, I was gonna say on the grounds. Sorry, I know that Helen wanted to do something first.
You're good.
Oh, okay. I was just gonna to catch Erebus at some point, because now that we're freaking on house arrest, I was like, well, I don't know what else to do. So I was gonna find Erebus at some point and be like, hey, I wanted to take you up on that training that we discussed a while ago. I feel like at least it will pass the time.
I can help you with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure that there's a place that we can spar without minimal damage.
Yeah. And it's gonna go towards like the whatever training area or like training grounds. And we'll do some training with Erebus. Why not?
You guys train with more close quarter combat. You're beginning to exert your skills in that kind of area. And once either house arrest is done or by the time you guys can leave Ozan, you can gain more expertise in close quarter combat.
Hell yeah.
Helen, what were you going to do?
If there is like a court appointed like blacksmith or enchanter of some sort, Kieran would be interested in having either her braces of defense worked on or her quarterstaff worked on.
Okay, what would you like done for those?
She's essentially what I am looking for as a player. Just like a plus to her attack bonus.
With her quarterstaff?
Either with her quarterstaff, or if it could be done like on her bracers so that it could be with when she punches, or even if it was that she needed like some brass knuckles and the brass knuckles give her like a +1.
Okay,
she's looking for something akin.
Make an investigation check for me.
Okay. What is my investigation? Okay. All of my dice are rolling like shit today, so let's just go with the fuck eat dice. Let's just use that one. Yeah, that's a 9.
Okay. You don't find anything on the castle grounds that this could work with. But through like talking, you do know that there are some places within the Shadowbrook quarters, which is like the arcane district within Ozan, that you could probably have something you can send off either your bracers of defense or your quarterstaff to be more enchanted.
Ooh, yeah. If she can send them out, then she will send out her bracers of defense.
Okay. If you're wanting a +1 enchantment, I would say that is 250 gold. If you want a +2 enchantment, that is 750 gold. If you want a +3, that'd basically be all of your money. Wait, how much money do you have?
I have 1,205 gold.
Okay, never mind. You could get either the 1 or the +2.
I'll do the +2.
Okay. That'll take a week or 2 to get back to you.
Awesome. Yeah, that's all I had planned, so thank you.
Okay. Sakura, what are you doing?
Sakura, I have it written down. Let me find it. I guess while he's confined to his room specifically, he's gonna like work on like copying spells over to some degree over the time. But
you would have to send out to get the gold and
you're right.
ink and paper and such. But there are servants that can go and do that for you and go purchase that stuff and bring it back while you guys are on house arrest. It's just everything is kind of like told through the servants to like higher ups and eventually gets back to Aurelian to kind of like track what you guys are doing.
That's valid. I'm probably gonna wait till after we get out of house arrest then, just so he can go do that by himself and like also keep track. I'll do the money stuff then for that.
Okay.
In the castle, he wants to look more into any magical resources that they have. He wants to see if he can find like anyone they said they didn't have a court wizard, but any kind of magical resources they would have for that, or a court wizard. They would have for a court wizard, or spell scrolls. I think one spell scroll he's looking for specifically is sending.
They don't have anything like spell scrolls specifically, but go ahead and make an investigation check.
Wow. Where are you at? 24.
As you kind of begin kind of roaming the halls looking for different arcane resources, you do find yourself in the basement of the castle, and you're not sure why, but you are kind of like following this almost like sense, and you find yourself in a room, and there is this tall, slender man with pale skin, jet black hair that falls to his shoulders, purple eyes. Looks like you found the court wizard.
Hello?
Hello? Who are you?
Sakura, who are you?
I am the court wizard, Malachi Darkthorn.
Malachite?
Malachi.
Malachi. Do I know that name? Or no? Okay. Hi. Sorry. The queen said there wasn't a court wizard at the moment.
Oh,
But
she told me about you guys. Yes, she just told you that so that you wouldn't cause havoc.
Oh, because of the that's
Because I
understandable.
think you told her about killing gods or something.
Killing a god. Yeah.
Why would you tell a queen that? Like, especially when it involves her sibling.
Lorelai is going through a lot, honestly.
Seems like it.
This is. Yeah.
Can I help you?
We're all going through it. Yes. Hi. I'm just gonna close this door. Hi. Ooh, this is nice. No, it's Well, I'm trying to do some more research into magic. I'm a wizard, and I didn't know if you would have any.
Where did you study?
I have it pulled up, and we've talked about it so many times. Laveau Institute of Sorcery years ago.
Ah, surprised I haven't heard of you then. I sometimes teach there.
Have I seen him before?
No.
Okay.
Not that you can remember.
Oh well, I'm surprised too. I don't recognize you. You must have been after my time.
Oh, I've been doing it for centuries.
Okay. Oh well, I'm sorry I missed you. I'm sure you would have.
It's fine. I only do like a few classes here and there throughout the year.
Oh, okay. Well, what kind of stuff did you teach?
More so abjuration, protective magics. What kind of magics are you interested in?
Protective would be wonderful, honestly. Not quite what I did in school, but I'm looking more.
What did you study in school?
Well, you were there.
I'm not privy to the student body and what they decide to study. That's why I'm asking you.
They teach things that are probably not things that would be okay here.
What are you talking about?
Oh God.
Let me look up something real quick.
Can I do an insight check on him real quick?
Sure.
$18.
What are you looking for?
Does he know that they taught necromancy?
He doesn't seem to know, or at least you can't tell. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. He knows I'm being shifty. At least this is all I want. Oh my god, that's a nat 20.
For a total of?
23! Did I do it? Mom?
You can tell he's trying to probe into your mind and figure out what you're trying to get at.
Right. Okay, you don't need to do that.
You come in here talking about shifty magics. That's the Laval Institute is teaching. What do you expect me to do?
No, understandable. I would have done the same thing.
Did you study these magics?
When
Do not lie to me.
When I was very young, yes. They told me I had potential and I craved validation. So yes, I did look into that kind of magic.
What magics?
Necrotic magic. I did do necrotic magic. What? That's what it was.
The spell damage, sure. But the school of magic is different.
What's the school of magic?
Hemomancy.
Oh, well, no, that's what he wants. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Right, okay. Listen, I'm just trying to protect my friends. Did I go to school and did I learn blood magic? Also, yes. But I was young and dumb.
Do you still practice blood magic? If you lie to me, I'll know.
Yes.
We could come up with a deal, and I will not bring you to the queen. What do you say?
Kind of deal.
You show me the blood magic. And any other secret things you have.
I have a lot of secrets.
Oh,
man.
I know. I'm talking about that book you keep in your bag.
Yeah, I thought you would be. I thought you would be.
This trick is very nice, you see. You should learn it.
I'm gonna look at my bag. While I'm looking for the bag, I turn into my changeling form, so I come back like white, and I'm like, okay, here's what I found.
Ah, yes. White men keeping secrets.
Aren't you also white?
Yes, I am. I keep secrets. We're one and the same. He begins flipping through the book. Now, if you tell the queen I know about this, I will kill you. You will become ash. Do you understand?
Yes, I do. And
Good.
if you tell the queen that I do this, I
could easily overpower you, and I could make her believe that I am right and you're wrong.
I was just going to say I will cry, and it will make us both uncomfortable.
I've seen men cry before. It's okay.
What if I look like a woman when I do it?
I've also seen women cry. People cry. It's a natural emotion. Are you okay?
No.
I mean, I could tell. I just wanted to see if you tell me the truth.
No, yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'll show you whatever magic you want to see. You seem like a fun. What's your name?
I literally just told you.
You said you're the court wizard.
I said I'm the court wizard, Malachi Darkthorn. Good God! How did you study magic? I don't think you're that smart. You're being a little bit daft. Oh goodness! Who did I just make a deal with?
I forgot to write down his name. Oh God! Being at this castle is killing me.
Anyway.
Yeah, I love this guy. Hold on, I gotta write down his name because I just wrote down court wizard, tall man, purple eyes.
Yo, Lila, how do you spell it?
Let me look. Malachi is Malachi, and then Dark Thorn.
What a situation! I love this guy, though. I love him.
Is there anything you wish to learn from Malachi, as he now has forbidden ancient magic to also contend with?
Oh yeah, I gave him forbidden ancient magic. Hell yeah. I will eventually get that back to be able to copy the spells, right? Like I can still get that for ancient forbidden magic.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. But that's gonna be like a money thing to the outside. I'm trying to. What am I trying to do?
Yes. What are you trying to do, son?
Oh my God,
goodness!
the father
I should not have fucking said that. Oh goodness! Oh, the gift of gab.
Where are we?
It's only 6 seconds.
I know. He is trying to. What was that? He wants to see if Malachi has anything to enhance his magic or any magical items that might help him or his friends. If he can learn spells from him, he wants to kind of do something protection or something that can do kind of a decent amount of damage that isn't necrotic, because that's most of his stuff.
Okay.
And if he could learn sending from this wizard, that would be great.
He can teach you sending, if you so wish. What level spells do you have access to?
Up to 4. Yeah, up to 4. And if he gives me anything higher, I'll just save it until later, and then when I get higher level,
He's not.
Damn it, Malachi. Aren't we besties?
No.
You're really hurting my feelings here.
He allows you and gives you the ink and paper to transcribe one 4th level spell. You can choose between the two, either Aura of Life or Death Ward. You know what Death Ward does. I know you know that. Aura of Life is a life-preserving energy that radiates from you in an aura of 30 feet. Until the spell ends, the aura moves with you, centered on you. Each non-hostile creature in the aura, including yourself, has resistance to necrotic damage, and its hit point maximums cannot be reduced. In addition, a non-hostile living creature regains 1 hit points when it starts its turn with 0 hit points within the aura.
That one, please, yes.
Okay. You can now put Aura of Life into your wizard spellbook.
Okay.
Now, let me take the time to look over this book of secrets you have and come back to me, and perhaps I could teach you more, or I don't know. We'll see.
I understand. Thank you for your help. I will not tell the queen that I found you here.
Good. Oh, don't tell her that you made your way around the basement, escaping your guard. To do so.
I have a little bit of practice escaping castle gods.
I know. How is the Feywild, sir? Are the courts nice there?
Courts are nice, yeah. I spent a lot of mostly in the winter in the fall court, so it's pretty nice.
I've always wanted to go, but my work here keeps me here. Though, seeing the images of your father make me not want to go. He seems like a ruthful man.
I'm sorry.
Goodbye.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And then I walk out of the room. I change back into half work. I was like, yeah, okay. And I walk back.
You got a lot from that detect thoughts.
That's valid as fuck. I'm cool if that guy knows my whole life story. I love him. He's my new favorite NPC. He's my ogre man.
Oric?
I thought you were referring to Shrek.
He's my Shrek. He is my Shrek.
I fully thought you were talking about Shrek, and I was like, why is Shrek relevant right now?
I need a shirt with this guy's. I need a shirt with this guy's face on it, and it says, "He is my Shrek."
Okay, that's the gift I give you guys at the end of the gift.
I'm into it.
I love this guy.
Okay, in that first few days, is there anything else anyone's doing?
Lorelai's gonna check out the library and see if there's any. I had it. Just ran away. To see if there's anything about, like, the gods, specifically not Malachar.
He's not a god. Excuse me.
No. Maybe. And then seeing if there's like not really any way to defeat them or anything, just like important information about them, and just other information about maybe necromancy magic.
There's nothing on necromancy magic, I'll give you that. Sorry, I'm pulling up a lore document on the gods. And you're looking specifically for Maveth?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me scroll down to him. Maveth is one of the second gods, and is the deity of death. Some rumors say that he is considered to be the beginning and end of Aramel, to each of the souls that live upon it. Mavis' faith has always been taboo in many cultures, with many people believing he only wishes to bring death to the world, though many of their followers believe the opposite, that death is part of the life cycle and that he is necessary, and it is necessary in order for souls to be reborn. It is believed that Mavith was born into power after the death of the first elder being, which I can get you the name of that in a second. But yeah, it pretty much just talks about that. Let me get you the name of the first elder being that died. Because it lists that name in there. I just don't have it on this specific lore document. Sorry, I'm trying to find it.
You're good. I had to write down everything anyway, so. Yeah, this is pretty much what Lorelai does for the past few days, is read this about Mavith, and then whatever name that you're about to say, she's going to probably look up that information to see how that correlates with everything.
You learn, the first elder being to die was a being known as the Blood Queen. And that Moradin took Comet Fell and killed it. Not Moradin. Good gosh, Beldam.
Say that again?
Beldam took Comet Fell, which was his weapon, and killed the Blood Queen with it.
And that's what created Mavith.
At least what is believed to have created him. And nothing is in fact true. It is just a theory.
Okay. And then she'll look up the Blood Queen and see if there's any information on her.
Make an investigation check for that.
Sexy little 9.
You don't really find any information on the Blood Queen other than she was part of the first elder beings that the gods fought when they first got to Aramel.
Elder beings that the gods fought?
Yes, the first gods fought.
Okay, we're good.
Okay. Is there anything else in those first few days that anyone wants to do?
I think similarly to Kieran, just because of the battle that we know we're going to have, I think he would do some research on, or Erebus would, about how to strengthen his axe. I don't think he has anything like specific. I think he's just trying to find anything.
Okay, you could definitely send your axe off if you would wish. You could get it refined, or you can get the blade itself replaced with something more sturdy if you wish. Which one would you like? If you want it refined, it's cheaper. If you want to get the axe head itself replaced, then it's a little bit more expensive.
I think he would take the more expensive if he thought that it would help.
Okay. Then I will say you can get the axe head replaced for a +1 for 300.
Okay, it's fine. I think other than that, the only thing that he would be doing is to tell his sister about her new lodging.
Okay.
And all of that.
Okay, you let her know. She seems excited, though she also seems wary of not, like, sharing a room with you for the first, like, few nights. She has been alone in the woods, with her girlfriend's dead body for a very long time. Which she has gone on her own as well and lets you know that she has asked Aurelian to have a plot of, like, a plot within the cemetery on the castle grounds to be made for Marcella.
I think he would offer, he's like, if you ever need to, like, come into my room for any reason, if you're just anxious, I don't mind. If you need me, I am here.
I know.
But I thought it would also be nice for you to have your own space, especially just, like, you can make your own. Because I know even back home, there wasn't a lot of options to do that, so.
What do you mean? I have my own room.
I know. It's just near the end guards and people
True.
being annoying.
True.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that would be all.
Alrighty. Is there anything else anyone's doing within the first few days?
Valencia would go to the library and, like, I don't think I'm gonna have much luck with any of this, but I want to see if there's any, like, books or anything on Elenin, or, like, anything referring to, like, a green moon of any sort.
I won't even have you roll for this. You are referred back to, the Ethereum Tower, which is in the Arcane District, which is a conservatory that studies the movements of the Mithresti stars, which is what Elenin come from. Like the librarian here within the castle library refers you to them. There's nothing within the castle walls itself that refer to Elenin.
Okay. And then this is more so like a role play than like an information thing. She does want to, like, I guess it'll be more so just like her she wants to learn how to braid her hair herself. And it's not really going very well, but she's trying. And I guess that's a lot of what she's trying to do the first couple days.
Okay, are you just doing this in your room, or is there anywhere you're going to try to learn?
I guess just like in her room, because there's not really any other information or like references that she can do other than from her memory. So she's just like in her, like, I feel like it would just be like in her room, like in front of the mirror, just trying to get it right. Probably has to brush out her hair several times.
Okay. You're trying to learn how to braid your hair.
I'm like trying to think. I'm like, Otto would love to teach you how to braid your hair. I have like at one point went to Valencia's room and was like checking to see if she liked the luxurious bedding, basically.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Sure.
I like peeking and I'm like, I see you're doing something, and Evan was like, how do you like the bed?
It's nice. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
it's good, yeah.
Mm-hmm. She, like,
What are you doing?
hasn't really been using it.
No!
She's just like, it's nice, and like the blanket's just like folded neatly on, like a little bit too neatly on the foot of the bed to have been used.
Aw, okay, Otto looks at that, doesn't say anything, but just looks like slightly disappointed. But then sees you like doing something with your hair and is like, what are you doing?
I usually Kieran braids my hair, but before that it was my mother, because I've always had my hair braided in some way. It's a part of Elenin culture that my mother just instilled in me. and I've never learned how to do it myself. And since we have a few days, I figured it would be good if I learned to do it myself. It's not working. She's like struggling with her hair.
I think Adelaps is just like, I understand that. We're big on braiding and weaving in the grotto. If you want some help, I could try and help you, like teach you a little bit, tips and tricks braiding. And we'll like kind of like just gently like remove your hands from the braid because you were doing a kind of rough job.
It was so
like,
bad.
kind of like undoes it. It's like but like Anna was like, oh, you were doing so well. You missed a couple spots, and but we'll just let's restart. Let's have a fresh slate, and then we'll like show you. We'll like do like a little small like section, and then show you and kind of like explain, and then like have you do it yourself kind of thing for a bit.
She does, and it like she's definitely like she's trying it. I feel like eventually it takes a couple tries. She does eventually get it, hopefully, but it's a lot of like this is just like a very therapeutic experience for her. I don't know how else to describe it other than that.
Yeah, I
but
think
it was just
like Anna likes doing stuff with other people anyways, and this is like, it reminds me of siblings kind of thing, so Anna was enjoying it and is like, giving you the right praise at the right moments kind of thing, of like, when you get like a solid piece down, it's like, oh yes, that's perfect, and just like, kind of like keep doing that, and then shows you like different methods of doing it.
With Otto's help, you begin to learn how to braid your hair. I'm just gonna take a quick break because I need to use the restroom. That's why I need to take a break, not because of my head. But yeah, I'll be right back.
But if your head starts feeling worse, there is no shame in ending the session and calling it a day.
I know. It's fine. We're good.
Okay.
I'm muted. We've been going for such a long time.
Yeah, I think we're wrapping up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we are wrapping up soon.
I think that's why we only did the first few days. So what about Madame Isadora?
Oh, I won't say. I won't say. She gave me a secret prophecy that I'm realizing concerns like 3 of you at this point.
The secret prophecy is just an old man in the basement.
You'll find an old man in a basement. He will read your mind. I'm going, oh. That's why secretly Sakura has checked the basement of every building they've gone into. While we were in the institute, he was like, no old man here.
No old man.
No, but I was rereading it, and things are starting to come together for it, and I'm like, oh god. Sakura might have to die. I don't know, man.
What? Sakura? Not Magic Man.
Not again.
Magic Man. Also, I haven't told Lila this yet, but one of the reasons he wants to get sending is because he wants to talk to his ex in the Fae realm to be like, can you help us?
Trying to get allies.
Yeah, because his I tried to say his boyfriend, and I think my brain went his bae, but he's Fae, so his Fae. No, his ex is like in the royal court of the Feywild, of the Winter Court, so you could just be like,
your ex just hear your voice in his head, and she's like, "Hey, babe, can you go on with us?
Hey, baby, what are you up to?" I'm surprised you didn't cast Speak with Dead on your father.
I thought you were going to.
He comes up from the grave.
So Who's buried?
He could have risen.
Lorelai.
Hello, Jesus, he could have risen for you.
It is I, your father.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Also, Star, we're gonna go for like half an hour. At the top of the hour, we're gonna kind of stop.
So we're finishing up at like 6?
Yeah. If that's cool with everyone.
Okay.
Like 30 more minutes.
Okay. Yeah, the only reason why I asked is my chronic pain is chronic paining.
Yeah. I just want to kind of get through a little bit more of the downtime so we don't extend over into it for episode 18, because you guys need to get going on some things. Okay. Once Helen's back, we'll start.
I'll do like the money that he spends on stuff and spells and stuff in between. Like I'll talk about it here, but I'll do the math and shit in between sessions.
Yeah, that's totally fine. And I will ask that if it's just something simple that you guys need done, just quickly list it off, just so we can get through the things that we need to get through. I'm thinking you guys will probably have like another month and a half of downtime, should you guys want to do anything with it. Because a few of you guys need to get things back from enchanters or smiths and stuff. But Valencia, you learn how to braid your hair with the help of Otto over a few different days, helping you doing that. At one point, Otto, you and your sister are kind of in one of like the sitting rooms and kind of just talking about things and her experience as queen and whatnot when one of the servants rushes in and kind of just hands her a letter and she reads it. Takes her a few moments, but she kind of like sits up in the middle of it and like looks to like reread it. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay. Is it bad news?
Yeah, you could say.
Okay.
I'll let you know in a bit. I need to kind of handle this.
Cool. Yeah, Ada sits there panicking about what the hell that means, but we'll sit.
Okay. Yeah. You sit there for a while. About an hour passes before a servant comes to get you specifically, and brings you back up towards where the war room is. And Rayleigh and Idris are there, and you can see on the map they're kind of pointing. The map that's kind of like laid out and like painted onto the table there. They're kind of pointing and kind of like directing little figurines. Make a perception check.
Okay. Ooh, bad roll of the day. Oh, but never mind. My perception's high, so that is 13.
Yeah, you're able to see they're kind of pointing towards the very top northwestern side of the map where the Celadrin Grotto would be.
Oh, good. Great. Yeah, can I kind of like, just like kind of slide on up, try not to disturb their conversation, but like get closer?
You do, and Aurelian notices your presence. That letter, she kind of just hands it to you, lets you kind of read over it. It is a call of distress from your mother, saying that revolutionists have taken over the castle, and that they are hiding within the lacework, and that the broods are protecting them for the time being.
I think Ada just like stares at it, like not registering it for a minute, because it's like, always you kind of like had the understanding of like, oh, the grotto's great and nothing bad can like happen there kind of thing. So then eventually we'll just kind of like look at like Aurelian, like looking for, I guess, guidance.
I've sent a letter and the scroll to Mom. She informed me that Alcatar, which is your uncle, I guess got sick and tired of waiting, or wanted to take Duke, or something. I'm not totally sure. Maybe he's sided with the people who assassinated Jadis and Morgan. I do not know, but we are sending legions to help. But I thought you should be a part of the conversation.
Well, yes, I want to do anything to help, but I don't know if I can do anything.
It's okay. We have legions that are going to go for a rescue mission, if just that, to get Mom and the twins out of there. Try to retake the castle, but if not, it is fine. I'm more worried about their safety.
Me too.
Jeez,
The
Duchess.
revolution is upon us.
Let me let her out real
too.
quick.
That was so funny.
So
Well
oh my God.
timed.
So Duchess is not happy about the news.
Yeah. Damn, Cricket. I literally don't even remember what I was saying. No, I think Otto just agrees. Like, yes, I want them out of there as well. If it's dangerous.
Yeah.
If we can get our home back, that would be awesome. But
That may be a thing later that we do, but
for now, family.
yes.
First. Well, if you need me anywhere, let me know.
At this point, she kind of just like puts her hand over yours and is like gripping it very hard because she knows she has to be stoic in this moment.
Mm-hmm.
But you can feel her shaking.
Yeah, I think Otto just kind of like placed a hand on top of hers, looking lost, but like just kind of taking information as it comes.
She and Idris let you know that it's probably going to take. They're going to take the train up to the nearest station, so that'll take a day and a half, with different legions, and then they're going to go through the lacework. She's like written out a map. She's asked for your help in writing out a map of the lacework and different entrances and things because you know it better than she does, and estimate where your mother might be. You can probably assume the twins took her someplace.
This is like a callback from a long time ago, but I think Otto would specifically know there was some place I remember that the twins would go that they wouldn't tell Otto about.
Yeah.
So I think I'll note that extra in the like map making of like circulate an area that's like they won't let me go there, but if they're leading any kind of charge, it's likely they'll be there.
Okay. So at least they have a direction in which to go. Before they send off. They send off that night so that they can arrive the next day, about midday, and then make their way into the lacework at night under the guys. But if you would please roll me just a d20.
Okay. An 11.
Okay. Another few days pass before both you and Aurelian are kind of impatiently waiting. You guys are in the throne room. Anyone who wishes to be there can. I don't know if Otto has told anyone else, but anyone who is there can be there. You were told that the train would be arriving, and you guys weren't told of casualties or anything like of the sort. But you guys wait impatiently in the throne room, hoping that your mother and younger siblings are okay. You can hear the announcement of someone, but your head is pounding too much. You're kind of... all noise is kind of drowned out by your heartbeat racing against your chest, pounding against the skull. But relief washes over you as you see your mother and the twins running up to you guys. Anyone who's there sees an older drow woman very, very much in the respects of Aurelian, in the fact that she is dressed very elegantly, despite whatever has happened. And you see two younger, what probably equates into human years, probably 13 or 14-year-old twins, drow twins. who just kind of like clamber all over Otto and Aurelian. Oh my gosh, that was so exhilarating.
Are you guys okay? Are you hurt?
I'm fine. Your sister says. Your younger sister says. So cool.
No.
I mean, it kind of sucks that,
Cool.
like Uncle has the castle, but it was fun running and leading people away.
I'm sure you're very good at escaping.
Oh yeah, I ended up sliding under a spider web at one point, and like 3 guards got stuck in it, and then the brood just went.
They're a hardy bunch.
They are.
But I'm glad you're safe. And like, I think like Otto normally is just like, the twins are like mischievous and stress Otto out, but in this moment it's just like giving them both like very crushing hugs with like relief and whatnot.
Yeah. You guys are introduced to Duchess Accordia, which is Otto's mother, and the twins. Hailra is the girl, and Kyrlin is the boy.
My family.
You've met basically all of Otto's family. You do not see Elvaria, which is her wife.
Oh,
your stepmom.
My other mother. Yeah, I at some point I was gonna go like hug my mom, so I like go over and like give her a hug, and I guess do that thing where you like look around to like see like where the other person is, kind of like confused, like look up. Where do you?
Your uncle took her.
Took her?
Yeah. It's...
Why?
I don't know. I mean, he was trying to get us all, I assume, to imprison us or something. But she fell behind, trying to get the twins safe, so...
Then we'll just have to get her back.
She's strong.
She is.
And as much as she's like happy to have all of you there is like something missing from her.
Yeah, and I think Otto understands that, and will like keep a hold of her hand to like give that reassuring grasp as like introducing to our ragtag group.
Yeah. But eventually things kind of settle down. Your mother and siblings are set up in the castle, going to stay within Ozan for the time being until they can retake the castle and the grotto. But you guys have another month and a half before anything else happens. Is there anything downtime-wise anyone would like to do in that month or so? Sakura?
Hi. Sakura hasn't told any of his friends about meeting the wizard in the basement. I just wanted to make that note. No one knows about his secret meetings with an old man in a basement. When they're eventually let out of the castle, he wants to like look again, like spell scrolls, and he wants to go to that tower place to look for anything that we need to get for Lorelai, that we heard about. But he will not look like himself when he does that, because he was the one who went, "Is that blood?"
Yeah. Valencia, also, you were referred there. I don't know if you two want to go together to that tower.
Yeah, we can go together.
Okay. And you guys were told by Dagon to ask there about the next blood moon. But you guys go there. It is a large tower within the Shadowbrick quarters. There are motifs all over it of the moons and such, and you go in. You see that familiar shopkeep, there in the front, kind of just and greets you guys. Hello, welcome in. And kind of like her eyes widen as she sees Valencia.
Hello.
Hi. Hello. I'm sorry, I've just never met an Elenin before, and Mithresti is what we study here, the stars you come from. So,
I was actually hoping to ask about that. I grew up very sheltered, and I don't really know too much about where I come from.
Mhm.
And I was hoping to learn.
She basically relays this kind of same information if you ask specifically about Akaba, that you learned from the book. Akaba is one of the ones that they don't study because it can prove madness to the astronomers that study it.
I know you don't have too much information, but is there any way for me to see the star for myself? If it's in the sky, or...
At the moment, I do not believe Akaba is in the sky. Akaba is one that kind of blinks in and out from telescopes that we are able to use, at least. But we could show you another Mithresti star if you are interested. Yes, okay.
That would be great.
Okay. She takes you up to the conservatory. Up there.
Can I go with them so that we're together?
Sure.
Valencia doesn't trust us.
Nice.
She thinks
Also,
she's gonna get kidnapped.
I look like a pretty elf lady. No one needs to know that, but I want you to know you got a pretty elf lady.
Somebody roll me a d10.
I don't trust Ezra.
I don't trust Ezra either.
I got a 7.
Okay, this is somewhat fitting, actually. They go up, and she begins to kind of move the telescope in a way to try to picture one of the Mithresti stars. And kind of once she has it settled, gestures for you to look inside of it. You look inside of it, and you can see into the astral plane. You can see what looks to be just this almost dark nebula, almost like a black hole, as it pulsates with strange energy. You aren't sure what it is, but she explains this is Latar, the star of darkness. It consumes the light of nearby constellations and galaxies, and is slowly and ever expanding.
Do you have any research on this star?
We do have more, though all is theory until we could eventually find a way to actually do research upon the stars itself. Is there anything in specific you're looking for?
Nothing that I was looking for can be found here, but I'm happy to learn about any of the stars, if you'd like to teach me.
Yes, and I will share you with a document of the Mithresti stars.
I get to be an astronomy bitch.
You do get to
Hell
be an
yeah.
astronomy bitch. I'll send that over to you. Just remind me after the session.
Okay.
Skora, if you wish to, you could also look at the star.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
He's going, like, in his mind, like a black hole, like the star they're describing.
Basically, but the person goes on to explain that it is not an ordinary black hole. It is an entity of itself. Mithresti stars are entities that exist in the form of stars.
And while they're up there, kind of unrelated, but he doesn't know that Valenti's also been looking into this, but he's going to ask about the Viridian moon and see if they know anything about it.
Do you not talk with your friend? That is Akaba.
What?
Aqaba?
What?
The green moon is what it's often referred to as. It's the star of corruption.
I think Madam Isadora might have mentioned it.
We unfortunately cannot study it without corruption happening to our minds itself. We have not figured out a way how to avoid that, but I mean, even if we could work with you, and kind of like gestures to learn your name,
Valencia.
perhaps we could come up with some sort of device or something that could help us learn about Aqaba itself.
Green moon isn't the green moon, the Viridian moon isn't something like a blood moon. It's not an event that occurs.
It could be considered an event. Aqaba is rarely ever seen, so astronomers who do spot it in the sky and try to gleam away from it often consider it an event.
When was the last time an astronomer seen Aqaba in the sky?
Based on our studies and communications with other astronomers across Aramel, the last time it was seen was, I believe, 18 years ago?
And how long until we'll see it again, do you know?
It does not have a normal... It doesn't have a normal appearance in the sky. It's very odd. It does not have a system like the purple moon, the actual purple moon of Aramel, Iriela, or Salvia. It has no phase at all. It is very odd and corrupt. And
when it appeared last, you said it was 18 years ago. Was it in the winter?
Yes. Why do you ask?
My birthday is in winter. And 18 years ago was my 18th naming day.
She appears puzzled on her face, but begins writing it in the notes about Aqaba. That, the 18th birthday of one of its Elonin caused it to reappear almost.
What?
Maybe it coincides with Elonin maturities.
I don't know many other Elonin, but the only other one that I know is my mother.
Would
So
she
would that
be
mean
available to
that-
speak with her at some point? If not, if she's far away and is not within Ozan, that's totally understandable, but I would love to open a line of communication with her and see what she knows about Aqaba.
Believe me, we're working on it.
She just nods, is like, oh, okay.
Once I am able to contact her, I will see if she would like to contact you.
That would
I
be
personally don't
great.
see-
It's totally understandable
Yeah.
if she does not wish to. As Elenin themselves, after the many centuries within the exploration period, them being hunted, it's disastrous to your kind.
It might be partially because I was a child, but it did seem she was very private about the information that she told me or anyone in our lives about our culture as a whole.
Yes, I completely understand, and no need for me to pry, but at all.
It's not that I don't want to help you learn more about how to track Aqaba, but I would have to think about.
Of course, take all the time that you need, not a worry. Just a thought. The other astronomers here would be grateful either way. just any sort of information you could gather should you learn more about it.
And then I feel like Valencia pauses and looks at Sakura and she was like, you asked about the Viridian moon. And you asked me that before about it.
Something Isadora said to me.
Like after our card readings, or
Yeah.
them?
I can I'll tell you about it later.
Okay.
For now, we should look for that thing for Lorelai too.
And like she'll go and start to look. She's like, if it's something that you don't want to tell me about, that's also okay. Like if you know anything about the Green Moon, I would love to know about it, but I don't want to feel like you're forced to open up about something that you don't necessarily want to open up about.
Let's look for the artifact.
What were you guys looking for?
I don't know how to describe it. The thing that we know might be here to help with the ritual to loosen Mavith's
You
control.
guys were told that they could tell you about when the next bleeding moon would be.
Oh!
Nothing
Did
about
we
the
ask-
artifacts.
Okay, cool. Did you ask anything about the bleeding moon? Hey, do you know when the next bleeding moon is?
Oh, a red moon? I would have to calculate that real quick. She kind of goes over and like looks through the telescope and kind of begins calculating things. And after a moment, it appears it will be in 5 months.
Have we had a lot's happened? Have we had the bleeding moon since we started?
No.
We haven't. Okay, so because we
Um,
got the omen from the raven pecking my hand and putting blood on the moon. I remember that.
Correct. That's
But it
the
hasn't
only
happened.
thing.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm trying to specify the specific month in which this will happen. It'll happen in the 4th month of the next year. Elul. Which is spelled Iluhuel.
I spelled that so wrong.
I did it sound-wise, and I wrote A-Lu-L.
That's valid, yeah. Is there anything else you guys are looking for while you guys are here?
Yeah, my usual wizard perusal of spell scrolls for things that could help me or the other spellcasters in the group, and magic items that might be able to help us now that we've got some money.
I'll say make an investigation check.
I guess I'll also do the same thing, but just with less knowledge behind what I'm doing.
Okay.
It's just I might have been too sentimental with Sakura. What's over here?
Why is math hard? 18?
Okay.
I got a dirty 20.
Sorry, I'm just looking at things that could potentially help you guys out. While I look for that, is there anything else anyone would like to do over this time?
Sakura has one more thing, but yeah. Yeah, is there an item just called the God Killer? Mavith's Achilles?
I will say, Sakura, you find bolts of slaying. For Celestials, you find 2 of those.
Awesome.
Which deal an extra 60-10 piercing damage on a failed save.
Yeah, I have a present for Otto.
If anyone else is doing anything, just let me know while I look for things that Valencia could have found.
Bolts of slaying.
That's so dumb. What do you know?
Oh,
We
by the way,
slay.
those bolts each were $150. I don't know if you
Okay.
want to spend all of that, but
Yeah, I'll buy both of them. I assume maybe the Celestial, right? That makes sense.
he's a
I
god.
assume so.
He's a god, yeah. Yeah.
He's a funky little guy.
And as like the days go on, Lorelai's getting more and more used to being alone in the room, even though she very much hates it. And she is going to like start doing just like little things, like writing and stuff like that, just to kind of get emotions out, especially after everything. And she, now does not want to pray to her god. So she starts looking into writing, and it makes her think of poetry that Erebus had showed her and stuff like that, and they had that moment together. So she's going to kind of write him something and put it on his pillow.
Oh my.
Okay, you do that. If you want to send that over to Raven to read, for whenever Erebus finds it.
It's sent.
He also put like a piece of mint on his.
Yeah.
Mint.
Is it mint or is it mint chocolate? Because I've seen a lot of those on pillows lately.
He's gonna cry. This is so sweet. Poor boy's gonna sob.
Is anyone else doing anything during this month time?
Go to therapy. Is that an option?
Oh my god, Warwick just arrived on the
Oh my
plane.
god, the pirate therapist.
I'll say during this
wanna know
time,
Erebus's
Erebus, your
reaction.
axe gets back to you, and your bracers get back to you, Kieran. Is Lorelai staying around to hear his reaction, or what does Erebus think of this?
No, he thinks it's very sweet, but I don't know if he would go find her right away. I think he's gonna like sit with the poem, and he's just like, "Oh, nobody's written me poetry before, and I know what it means. My knowledge is growing."
She tried to keep it a little simple for him.
No, that's appreciated, or he wouldn't have understood. It was like, nice.
No, she is so anxious. She's like waiting for him to read it. She's just in her room, just like, is he gonna like it? I don't think he's gonna like it. I don't know. I'm not very good at writing poetry. I've never done that before. Oh.
Yeah, eventually he would like knock again.
She's just like, come in.
Thanks. You wrote this, right?
Yeah.
That's so sweet. I don't exactly know what to say. Nobody's
just-
written anything like this for me before.
I've never written anything like that for anyone before, so I don't like being alone, and it made me think of everything you've done for me, so I just wanted to show how much I care.
That's incredibly sweet. I'm trying to think of the right words to say, but you kind of written them all down anyway. So I don't really know if I have to say much. But thank you.
Of course.
I would write one for you, but we both know that would be a disaster. So I'm not gonna try that. But I just wanted.
We could write one together.
If you want me to, I can try. It won't be very good, but I can try. My knowledge still isn't the best.
Mine's not that well either. I'm not very good with words either. I just had a lot of time to think on the words.
It was beautiful. No, thank you. The last few weeks have been terrible. As you know.
Yeah.
And I think I needed to hear that.
Yeah, I mean, you were there for me, and I always want to try to be there for you as well. I'm seeing all the kissing stuff. It's so funny.
See, I'm not seeing any of that.
It's okay. Continue. Just continue with roleplay. Disregard the side chat, please. This means I have to edit stuff out.
But I think Erebus, after that, he's like kind of fumbling around his words, but he's like, that's all I really wanted to say. Yeah.
She's just like, she's bright red, because she's like, I'm glad you liked it. And she like kind of goes up to him. She like gently kisses his cheek.
He would panic a little bit.
She's very much panicked. She's like, anyway, I'm glad you liked it.
Thank you. Well, I guess, I'll leave you be until I can give you one in response. Might take me a second. Like I said, I'm not good with this.
Take your time. Take all the time you need.
And he would probably leave.
Okay. I love that.
Alrighty. We'll go quickly back up to Valencia. The only thing you really find is a circlet of blasting, which you can get a discount on because of just to be like, hey, maybe perhaps you could work with us if I give you a discount kind of a deal. They'll give it regularly. It is 1,000 gold pieces. They will give it to you for 800.
That's not as bad as I thought it would be, actually.
Which it allows you to cast the Scorching Ray spell. I can look up the details here in a second.
Yeah, question. Let me look it up.
You can use an action to cast Scorching Ray, which is 3 rays of fire, which is 2d6, and you make it with a +5 to your spell attack bonus. And it can only be used once a day.
Okay. Would that, because it's a ranged spell, would Spell Sniper apply? Or not, because it's an item?
I will look into that for you and let you know later.
Okay. Either way, this seems like a good investment. You said it was 800?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I will buy it then. And you said it was a circlet of blasting. Okay. Alrighty.
Okay. Is there anything else anyone wants to do over this month time?
Sakura, real quick, did you think to the fact that he probably got sending from the wizard?
And you would have gotten enough, however much you want to spend on ink and
Yeah.
paper you can get at the tower. There are also other spell shops and things, smaller ones, not specific with like a bunch of spell scrolls and stuff, but that could offer spell scroll ink and stuff.
He'll go through some of them and I'll do the money for it later, but he basically buys supplies for copying spells over and learns from the wizard. And then he spends a lot of this time alone. Like if anyone ever wants to hang out, he just doesn't and then goes to his room. He's like, no, I'm good, and goes to his room. And he sits there having learned sending. And takes a second, like he's about to cast the spell, and he's going to do it across planes of existence. And he goes and he starts to cast it toward the Feywild, and then changes it at the last minute to Shadowfell to Madame Isadora instead.
Okay. And what do you say to Madame Isadora?
Isadora, wishing you well. We need help. Have you seen what allies will be able to gather before we meet our end? Miss you.
I was wondering when you'd learn that spell. You will gather a few allies. You've met a few of them already. One in a cave, 2, technically. She casts her own sending.
Yeah.
The devil your friend made a deal with could help. Depending on if you help him more. The others you will find on your way. I miss you too. And you can respond to that message.
Oh, nice. Thank you. I'm starting to see what your last message was about. I hope we meet again soon. P.S. I died. I'm better now.
She sends another sending to you. I'm glad you're picking up the pieces, Sakura. And I did see you die in that library. I just wanted to let you know that.
Wow.
Is that all you say?
Oh, I thought that was her. Oh, she said another one.
Yeah,
I
she
was
said
like,
another
wow.
one.
Yeah, I go, wow. That's all I said. And then I think he takes him. I don't want to take up too much time, but he also wanted to try to contact the devil.
Okay. What do you say to Malachar?
I don't know if I was gonna do sending, but yeah, I'll try sending to the devil. We need your help. Can we make a deal?
Make persuasion check.
Oh, great. Oh, that's actually pretty good. But I don't think I have a high persuasion modifier. 16?
Okay. And where are you in your room?
I'm probably sitting on the bed.
Okay, you sit on the bed and you're like thinking this and like reaching out to him, and then you hear it, but not in your mind like you should. How can I help you?
Oh wow, that was fast.
Maybe for you.
Sakura laughs at that. Right. Well, we met under different circumstances last time. I was a corpse.
Yeah, I remember that.
Right, thank you for that. But you probably already know we're having to deal with Mavith and replacing him. I just assume you know everything at this point.
I do. You could say.
Right. A lot of people do. Is there anything would you be able to help us in our fight against him?
I could definitely help. What are you willing to give up for that aid?
Honestly, I called you here. I don't know what much I could offer. All I have is myself and who I am. I have book. I have dark magic. I could tell you, give to you. Blood. If you want me to do something, I could do it. Let me go stand on the top of the castle naked and jump off. The last one was a joke. Please don't do
It's
that.
kind of funny. That would be great to see.
I would honestly.
I'd bring
do
you
it.
back free of charge after that, but
And I would appreciate it.
I think that would be hilarious.
And I can look like anyone you want when I do it. So if there's someone you really hate and you want to see them jump off a tower naked.
Could be bad since you're an Ozan.
True. Maybe one in this civil war. I could give them a really small dick too. Like when they're naked.
As much as this is fun, and maybe something you could do in the future?
We'll table it. We'll table it.
Yes. I don't know if that's really helpful in the situation, to me at least. Right now. It's a good laugh, sure, but...
Sometimes all you need is a good laugh.
Has Valencia figured out who she's supposed to kill yet?
No. Have you left a hint for her at all?
Not really, but... Maybe you could give her a hint.
Who is it?
Someone in... who domains over the same thing as her star.
Same domain as her star.
Raven, could you
Corruption.
mute real quick? Yes, domains are the same thing as a star.
Domains are the same thing as corruption and Akaba? It's not.
No, not Akaba. I don't need Akaba.
Oh.
He's puny power and compared to who Valencia will kill.
That is not inspiring confidence.
Oh, you guys will be fine by the time that this happens. As long as you make it out of your fight with Mavis, at least.
Alright, far in the future. Means are the same star as corruption. Do I know them?
You've heard of them?
I probably haven't met them.
No, but you've met some of the toys of their corruption.
I'm thinking about the ritual. Like, and that corrupted over Lorelai. But that's probably separate. Tools of their corruption. Not rot.
No, not the little kobold cleric.
Can I do like a history check to see if... I can't think of a goddamn thing.
Well, you think on that, Sakura, and think on what either you or anyone of your, besides Lorelai, I don't want to make deals with Lorelai.
I understand.
Anyway, think about, maybe even discuss with the rest of your group what potentially you could give me to make me work on your side.
Okay. Last idea before I assume you pop out?
Mm-hmm.
I take someone else's form and... I'm regretting even thinking of this idea now.
No,
I take-
continue. That's the best kind of idea.
Someone maybe you don't like as much, I take their form and I perform criminal activity in public and get them, like kill someone in public or do something, and they end up on the wrong end of someone's sword because of it.
I do like that idea.
You need to think about it more. We've
Yes,
apparently got a lot of time.
Yes. We'll talk about it later, Sakura.
Well, thank you for, it's nice to officially meet you and not be dead in someone's arms.
Yes. And run off. Scared.
Yep. It was a big moment.
You look away and you look back up, he's gone.
Honestly, that was kind of hot.
Okay. Anything
Just
else
because
anyone
I
wants
think
to
it
do?
would be funny. At that exact moment, a note slides under the door for Sakura.
What?
Because I've been writing something in a separate doc to send you. Wink. Yeah. But she's just Kieran just sent something underneath that's just her being like, I know you want to be alone right now, but this is just so you know. And that's that. And she leaves a greater healing potion outside the door for you as well. That's it.
Okay. Anything else anyone would like to do over that month's time? Okay. At the end of that month, you guys are called back in to have a meeting with Aurelian and Idris. This time it's just the two of them, no commanders of the Raytheon army or anything like that. Aurelian speaks up. The austere eyes have come up with some more information, and we're hoping that we can take out the loan, I guess, on your group, in hopes you could bring back home Rosalind.
Did they get the lead onto where she is, or?
They did. They, based on the information I have, found a connection to the hags through the Laval Institute of Sorcery. I'm hoping you can infiltrate the Institute, gather more information on Rosalind's location, and if you can, bring her home.
Of course.
You do this and you will be champions of Eldoros.
Think we can do that?
Idris smiles and thanks you all profusely for taking this on. Before we end tonight's episode of the Portent Kast, and we'll see you all next week, and may the dice guide you to beautiful friendships.